Red Wolf's Tale by GrimmSabretooth. Chapter 1. Prologue. Time is a bit of a weird concept. Lots of people explain it like it's a giant line, stretching into the past and future with little events interspersed to mark occasions. My problem with this is that for the future, time is always moving. It can't be stopped. The present is nothing more than your mind reacting a few seconds too late to time's passage to realize time has passed. Sounds weird, right? Well, it gets weirder. The future is malleable, and you can change it, but not the past. Believe me, if you, say, went back to 30 seconds ago and then told your past self not to travel back in time and they do it, you've created a paradox. Your time-traveling self would have needed to time travel to tell your past self not to time travel, but if the past self doesn't, then the future where you do travel back doesn't happen. So, how does the universe fix this? They set the past in stone, unmovable, definite, final. If you go back, maybe you'll change the displacement of a few things, but let's say, instead, your actual body is never transported back in time. Instead, only your mind is. So you mentally say, no time travel, and leave. And then what? Does the paradox exist now? Nope. Your actions are erased. Any memory of them is wiped from existence in order to consolidate all of the universe into one uniform time. The only way to enact a real change is to live out the new future, which, at this point, poses the question of whether the future you came from is wiped from existence, or if it carries on in a separate, branching path. Frankly, I don't know, but I do know you have to stay in this new timeline to bring real change to the future. You don't get to return to your future now having not made a choice, or maybe having prevented a cataclysm, and find the new and better world that would have been created if you'd stopped the tragedy in the past. Believe me, I've tried and failed so many goddamn times to fix the past to save the future, or at least, that's what I've been told. Part 1. My name is Renmur. I started life as the average son of an average noble family in the middle of the city of Bastion. Bastion was one of the last cities in the world. My world is one of monsters and demons, often created by our own hands. For us, the residents of Bastion, the majority of life is lived inside the hexagonal pattern that constitute the walls that protect us from the demons outside. But the demons also come from the inside. You see, in order to fight the monsters knocking at our door, my people developed a way to enter one's own soul, and by doing so, we were able to tap into the power of our soul. But of course, the soul realm is filled with everything that constitutes a person, including the inner turmoil of oneself, and so, our inner demons, the ones that we lock away to keep ourselves sane, were now able to use their own power and will to overtake our bodies. This results in the mutation of a person into, well, a demon, and it was my lifelong ambition to become a demon slayer, someone who masters the power of their soul and conquers their inner demons, and in turn, uses these powers to fight the monsters of the outside world. But, I was an average person. I might have managed to be accepted into the Slayer Academy, but as time went on, it was clear that I was a middle-of-the-road slayer with no real power. That always pissed me off, but I guess it saved my life, because when Bastion fell, I wasn't on the front lines. I remember that day clearly. I was patrolling the inner city with my partner Yijin. When the alarm bells rang, there was an invasion of a cataclysm-class horde. The next thing I remember that day is that I heard the front lines had collapsed after some humans lost their will and let their demons take control of them, attacking the front line from behind and letting the horde into the city. By the time I had received the news, the evacuation order had already been sent, so I ran to my family, hoping that I could save them, but I wasn't fast enough. I didn't make it in time to do anything, much less help. A small group of the demon beasts had already killed them all. I found them there, eating away at the corpses of my loved ones, my mind filled with the color red, and the next thing I knew, I was holding my little sister's body in my arms, surrounded by the corpses of the demon beasts that had taken her away from me. I buried Renmur and the rest of my family and left to follow the rest of the survivors. Throughout the evacuation, I was tasked with protecting civilians, trying to save as many lives as possible. When we finally managed to clear the city, there were less than 10,000 of us. For the next few weeks, the survivors fought against starvation, sickness, and often one another, with many falling to despair and turning into demons themselves. The only ray of hope through this time was when I met Yuki. She had been one of my classmates when I went to school, but she had quickly proven herself to be an exceptional talent, and moved on to be a frontline fighter. Our travels together were happy, and she, oddly enough, reciprocated my feelings when I told her that I loved her. After that, she made it her goal to train me so that I could fight on par with her, and since we had just about all the time in the world, I began improving. With her help I was able to realize my full potential and become the third ever demon-type slayer. But, much like the rest of my life, it turned to disaster. One day, out of nowhere, something appeared from outside of existence, opening a portal. What came out is what I now know as a time wraith, a being that exists outside of normal time and space in order to correct anomalies and prevent paradoxes. At the time when it appeared, however, I didn't know that, so when I tried to fight it, it passed right through me, but for some reason, a part of its power was planted within my soul realm. The unexpected surge in power created a new demon within me, and I lost to it. All I can remember is watching as my body transformed into a featureless monster and killed Yuki. It was like watching myself in the third person. After I had killed Yuki, I went on a rampage, at least, according to the rest of the survivors. When I was finally out of energy, my body was returned to me, and I awoke in a pool of blood. For my crimes, I was cast out, never to see them again. In that long period of solitude, I was forced to rely on the time demon's power to survive, and I began to study and strengthen myself further. Because of the time demon's unique nature within my soul, I was able to increase my power by freezing time relative to myself, training for hundreds of years while the outside world didn't move. I traveled the world, trying to master every skill, learn every bit of knowledge ranging from sword techniques to alchemy. I learned several dead languages and found several ancient artifacts. One of these artifacts was a single page, torn from a book, and it detailed how one could use a time demon to step outside of time and space and then travel to the past. So I prepared myself to step into this place outside of time, and when I did, I found myself standing in a black void, but the page of the book lit up and began to move. And so I followed it. The page came to a rest near a second page from the same book, and I began to repeat the process until I had assembled everything but the last 13 pages. It was then that I finally managed to find the person responsible for the fall of Bastion, or rather, they found me. I can't remember all of it, but all I know is that I died, and as I lay there, bleeding out and gasping for air, the only thing I could do was curse myself for not having done things sooner, for not having saved the ones I loved, for failing. I closed my eyes for what should have been the last time. The problem is, my eyes opened again, and when they did, I was almost 15 years in the past. Part 2. I woke up with the start. My mind worked faster than my body, and I jumped up from my seat, knocking the chair I had been sitting in into the wall. What the? I checked my surroundings. I was in a classroom with 30 other students. More specifically, I was in my classroom from when I was a teenager learning to become a demon slayer. I looked around once more, catching every look that was directed at me, automatically checking to see if there were any with hostile intent. I quietly whispered to myself, no, this is a dream. I'm dead, right? And even if I'm not, you're all dead. Everyone in this room is dead. My mind was still racing. Student Renmur, get back in your seat at once. What? I looked up, and found my instructor staring at me angrily. Is there a problem, Renmur? I need to leave. What? I shouted, I need to leave. I dashed out of the room and headed for where I remembered the outdoor arena had been. Inside the spectator seats in the arena had been a hiding place I'd used when I'd still been studying here. I needed to get there as soon as possible. I turned right and then left and then right again, trying to find my way. My mind blanked out and then suddenly I was standing in front of the arena's entrance. I entered the spectator area and headed to the northmost wall, scaling it 3/4 of the way up before placing myself in between the support column and the wall. I heard a soft click as my back pressed against the column before a trapdoor opened up above me. I climbed into the chamber that had just been revealed, closing the door behind me. What the hell is happening? I was killed, wasn't I? I was killed when I fought a sharp spear of pain shot into my head, and my body automatically clutched at my skull as if to ward off the pain. When the pain finally stopped, I was able to think again. Well, at least I'm sure this isn't a dream. Based on the fact that I just felt pain, that probably means that I'm not dead either. So then, I looked around my hiding spot for a mirror and a candle. In the darkness I caught sight of the candle and lit it using one of the matches that had been nearby. With the extra light I was able to spot a mirror and I grabbed it. I checked my reflection and found myself staring at my 15-year-old self. My red hair was hanging in a shaggy mess around my face and my eyes were a brighter blue. I had no trace of any scars left from my previous life. A moment of shock fell on me, and I wondered if maybe this was a second chance. And then, my eyes filled with tears. This means everyone is still alive. Runner, Dad, Mum, Yi-Jin, and even Yukihime. Yukihime is alive right now. The mixture of sadness and joy I felt finally opened a floodwater of emotions and tears in me, and my body became racked with sobs. I felt myself whisper everyone's names over and over. I held my arms close to my chest, trying to relieve the aching of my heart. After almost 2 hours, I finally stopped. I wiped away the last remnants of my tears and steadied my breathing. If this really was a chance to save everyone, then I needed to start now. First I need to check on myself. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to connect to my soul realm. My mind drifted inside of itself, bringing me into my inner realms, and I saw all of myself. In this plane, I was back to being an adult. I looked around and saw that all of the demon spirits within me were still there, captured within their own spheres of influence, interconnected by my soul tree. But the inside of my soul realm was also much smaller than it was compared to when I was an adult. I reasoned that at the moment, if I attempted to draw on the power of my demon spirits, I'd quickly be overtaken. My focus then shifted to the deepest root of the tree, connected to the time demon. The usual bile that rose in my throat whenever I saw that thing left a bad taste in my mouth, and I narrowed my eyes at it. There's no way in hell that thing isn't somehow related to this. If its powers are derived from the wraiths, who can travel to any point in time they damn well please, then it should be obvious the powers this thing has are derived from them. I continued glaring at the thing that had robbed me of my love and then forced me to rely on its powers to survive. I was about to turn away when it suddenly jerked its head at me. I leapt back. If that thing was moving, then it meant that I was losing my control over it. I'll have to get stronger quickly. Luckily, with the knowledge Yukihime gave me while I was an adult, I now know how to properly increase my powers and what path I should have taken instead of wasting all those years. I returned from my soul realm and took a deep breath. The candle I'd lit earlier had burned low, and putted out when I exhaled. I once more looked around my surroundings and then opened the door in order to leave. I dropped down to the floor inside the arena seats and then walked out onto the field. Looking up at the night sky that had once been so familiar, a small smile played on my lips and I closed my eyes once more to bask in the feeling of home. However, my eyes had only been closed for a second when the sound of feet treading in my direction caught my attention. Out of force of habit, I suppressed any power radiating from me and my soul realm and immediately moved to a place where I wouldn't be seen. In the shadow of one of the walls I watched for the person I had heard. Moments later, someone appeared on the far side of the field, looking around cautiously, probably trying to spot any intruders. I couldn't quite make out who it was, but at the very least I could tell it was a girl. As she drew closer to the center of the field, I started to be able to make out more details. For one thing, her hair was a bright orange color that fell down to just about her waist, and it was held up in an Eastern style. She was roughly 5.5 feet tall and had, well, exceptional features on her chest. I was about to sneak away when I realized that she had started to draw in soul essence. Is she crazy? Unless she's got some serious dark or moon type demons, then training right now is suicidal. I sat down and hid myself further in the shadows, observing this girl in case anything went wrong. As I watched, I saw the essence around her turn a bright blue color and then flow into her. I raised an eyebrow at this, due to the technique being quite dangerous, and then focused my mind on reading the spiritual essence that she was drawing in. Almost immediately my eyes shot open as I realized that she was dangerously close to being overwhelmed by her inner demons. As I watched, her body slowly began to cover itself in a bluish-black smoke, and I saw semi-solid claws that could have been formed straight from the light of the moon come from her hands. I ran over to her and tackled her to the ground, shocking her body out of the transformative state. She broke out of her trance and opened her eyes to look at me. Upon closer inspection, I now realized this was one of my classmates, Layla. She was the daughter and heir apparent of the feathered serpent noble family. Her shock at being tackled quickly faded and she reached up and slapped me. "What the hell are you doing, you freak?" I climbed off of her quickly and then sat down on the ground a foot away from her. "The hell do you think you're doing? Don't you know how dangerous it is to try and force a non-compatible soul essence into your soul? You were about to get overtaken." "What are you talking about?" "What do you mean, what am I talking about?" "I saw it. You were drawing in moon-type essence in order to strengthen yourself. It'd be fine if you only did it once in a while, but you've clearly been doing this for years. You're basically forcing poison into your soul." "How do you know I've been doing this for years? Have you been stalking me?" "What? No. This is my first time seeing you here, Layla." She looked a bit taken aback at the sudden scolding, and my immediate rebuke. "Look, kid, if you don't want to die, you're going to tell me right here right now exactly how long you've been doing this, why you've been doing this, and when the symptoms appeared." What symptoms? Don't play dumb. I can tell just by looking at how you sit that the bruises have already formed in certain areas, and based on the fact that you still haven't stood up to run away probably means that there's at least one on your foot. Layla looked at me with suspicious, yet curious eyes. "Fine, I've been doing this for the last 5 years in order to reach the bronze tier faster. The bruises started appearing a month ago. Well, the good news is you're not actively dying right now. The bad news is," I stood up and smacked Layla on the back of the head. "What was that for?" "For endangering your life, stupid. If you've been doing this daily for 5 years, then it's sheer luck that you haven't already been killed. Now, continuing on with the bad news, your dumbass managed to progress to a point in this where you're literally leaking poisonous soul essence from yourself." "Excuse me? The hell do you think the bruises are?" "That's your body trying to drain the essence out. And this means what exactly?" "It means that if I hadn't found you, then you probably would have turned into some sort of moon demon and wreaked havoc." "Bullshit." Haha, nope, no bullshit. You're at a point where even the doctors around here can't help you, since none of them even know how to treat you. But, here comes some other good news. I know how to fix this and get you stronger without actively putting your life in danger." "Really? You can help me?" "Yup, now strip." I saw the slap coming before I heard the scream. Chapter 3. I was now sitting about 4 feet away from Layla, and I was currently trying to calm down the stinging sensation I felt on the side of my face. Was that really necessary? Yes. I mean, she is 15, so I guess having an old guy wait, I'm 15 too. Shit. Whatever. Anyway, alright, let me apologize and then rephrase that order. I'm going to need to find the pressure points on which the soul essence is leaking out on your body and then use acupuncture to get it to draw it out safely. So I'll need you to remove your clothes in order for me to see them. Layla looked at me suspiciously. I couldn't blame her for it, but for some reason the disgust in her eyes irked me more than anything. "If you're lying, I'm going to kill you." "I'm not lying. Also, I have a name, and it isn't you." Layla looked at me once more, focusing on my face. "Yeah, I have no idea who you are." I could almost feel my blood pressurizing at this. I put my fists on either side of her head and started to apply pressure while turning my wrists for the maximum amount of torque. You don't even know my name? ? We've been in the same classes for 3 years. I saved your life, you little. Yeah, the city hasn't been attacked yet, so we haven't traveled together, which means that time I helped her escape from that lightning beast hasn't happened. Ow 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 ow. Stop it. I get it, alright, I'll make sure that I know your name from now on. I released Layla from my grip and sat back down. Whatever, so what is your name? Renmur, I'm from the Iron Wolves family. Oh, aren't you the kid that ran out of class today? Oh, right, I did do that. What was that about anyway? For a second I felt like I had earlier. My shoulders hunched and my mind momentarily clouded over. For the briefest of moments, I felt like I had back when I was dying, old and defeated. I looked back up at Layla and shook my head, putting on a fake grin in order to hide my true thoughts. No real reason. That's weird. What? No, it's just, for a second, I don't know, I felt like you were a lot older than you looked. I almost thought you just aged instantaneously. Nope, I'm 15 just like you. Alright then, Renmur, I guess I'll be in your care. Yeah, I guess I should start with the treatments now. I'll need to see every bruise on your body, otherwise this won't work, and I know it'll be uncomfortable, so just bear with it, okay? Layla started removing the layers of her clothes while I turned my back. I was guessing she didn't want me to watch her undress. Even if I wasn't particularly interested, it probably wouldn't matter to her. She'd still slap me. As I was mulling over these thoughts, I heard a shaky voice call out to me. I'm all done. Seriously? What are you, Fifth? Oh yeah, man, this is hard to keep up with. I turned to face Layla and saw her sitting on the grass in the arena, her legs tucked tightly to her chest. She was still wearing her underwear, which was fine for the moment. I gave her a cursory look over. She was in pretty good shape, no real excess fat other than one particular area, and she had fair skin, though it was slightly tanned, giving off the impression that she spent a majority of her time outside, probably training. The only real blemishes you would be able to find on her were, of course, the purple and black bruises that were placed around some of her joints and stomach. I counted 5 in all, 1 on each foot, 1 on her left ankle, 1 on her right shoulder, and 1 on her stomach just between the opening of her ribs. I accidentally let out a whistle. Are you really doing that now? Nope. I'm surprised that you've been able to move at all for the past month. Gotta hand it you, you're one tough cookie. Her face reddened momentarily. Whatever. Just help me already. Alright. I crawled closer to her slowly, and then picked up one of her feet in my hands. I brushed over the bruise with my thumb, eliciting a slight whimper from Layla. I ignored it and closed my eyes, placing both of my thumbs on top of the bruise and applying pressure. Her entire body jerked away from me for a second. MMPH. Once she stopped moving, I let my consciousness drift. I needed to go into the soul realm in order to pull out the soul essence that was affecting her. Suddenly, the outside world dropped away and I was inside of Layla's soul realm. Her soul realm was arranged much like a sphere, and was a bright gold color. If I remembered correctly, a golden soul realm meant you had both high potential and high attack power, but some of the space was occupied by the essence she'd been drawing in so long, and it had formed a dark blue cloud over the entirety of her soul realm. There were several threads of this energy spreading across the sphere, including the one I was now floating next to. I placed my hands on the thread and began to pour my own energy into it, first enveloping it, then pulling against it tightly, drawing more and more into my own soul realm. I felt, rather than saw, myself darken in color before the energy was pulled into my soul tree and dispersed to my demons, feeding them. After what felt like an eternity, the thread snapped and drew back to the cloud. I opened my eyes and looked at Layla. Alright, that's the first one down. Are you okay to keep going? Layla was breathing even harder than I was, and her whole body was shaking. She nodded her head slowly. She's a hell of a lot braver than I ever was at this age. I gently put her foot down and picked up her other foot, repeating the process I'd just performed, and then moved on to the different spots I'd seen. Each successive treatment was faster than the next, and by the time it was over I could tell that my soul tree had absorbed most of the energy I just removed from Layla. Alright Layla, now all that's left are the two you're still hiding from me. I'm not hiding anything. Yes you are. I can see the energy threads in your soul realm. There are two unaccounted threads that I don't have a bruise to march to. Either tell me where they are or I won't continue the treatment. What do you mean continue? I can't just do this once. I need to do it several times over the course of the next month and a half. I'm taking out almost 5 years of poison from your system. One round is only going to temporarily relieve you until I can fully take out all the soul essence. Layla clicked her tongue at me. Fine. I don't care. Jerk. Alright, have fun dying. What color should I wear to the funeral? That's not what I meant you idiot. It's just. The bruises are in weird places. Where specifically are they? Layla pointed to the middle of her chest, between her breasts, and then to a spot that was just barely beneath her underpants on her hip. I raised my eyebrows at her. Seriously? You're gonna get all worked up over those two areas? The one on your chest I get, but what's with the one on your hip? It's not like I'll be seeing anything. Just shut up and do it before I decide against this. I sighed and closed my eyes. Moving my hands towards the spot on her hip, I pulled down her underpants just enough on the one side to see the bruise. I pressed my palm down on it and started to release energy into the bruise, and then, my eyes snapped open. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. I looked up into Layla's face. It had turned bright red, and she was raising her left hand, while also moving her right arm to cover her chest. Who the hell is even sensitive there? What is this bullshit? Shut up you big dummy. You seriously have a hip sensitivity? How does that even happen? Tears started to form in Layla's eyes, probably from embarrassment, and for some reason, that made me finally lose it. PFFFFFFFT, ha 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 ha. I burst out laughing. How could the woman I'd known so many years ago have been such a weirdo? Why are you laughing? You better not be laughing at me. I'm not. I raised my hand up and scratched my head. I'm just reminiscing about someone who I used to know. Do I remind you of her or something? Remind? Lady, you are that person. Alright, let's finish this up. I pressed my palm down on Layla's hip again, this time more carefully, and started letting my power trickle in. There wasn't as much of a reaction this time though. In Layla's soul realm, the thread was already shrinking, and the power I was absorbing was practically being directly fed to the barriers holding my demons. Although, a disproportionate amount seemed to be going to the time demon. I opened my eyes again and sat back on my legs, trying to catch my breath. I could tell based on the sound of her breathing that Layla was doing the same. After a minute I finally opened my mouth to speak. Okay Layla, I know it's awkward, but I have to get after that last spot on your chest in order to finish tonight's treatment. So, since I know it's weird, and I don't want you to freak out and hit me again, let's do this. I'll close my eyes and give you my hand. All you need to do is guide my hand to the spot at first, and then once I'm done, you can either let me remove it on my own, or if you want to be careful, you can do it yourself, okay? But I want you to put on a blindfold. I don't trust you not to peek. Fine by me. I took off my shirt and rolled it up, then placed it around my head and tied it behind my hair, keeping it as tight as possible. I looked back up at approximately where I remember Layla to be, and held out my hand. Whenever you're ready. I felt two small hands reach out and grab either side of my arm. Her fingers were a little cold to the touch. As she pulled my arm closer to her chest, I felt her fingertips warm up, which probably meant that she was blushing. I sidled a bit closer in order to ensure that I wouldn't fall over because of being improperly balanced. After I finished shifting my weight, my hand came into contact with the surface of Layla's chest. The skin was soft and warm, but underneath I could just barely feel her ribs. Her shaky breaths felt hot of the top of my arm, and the rise and fall of her chest, combined with the heavy, rhythmic beat of her heart, were made only more apparent with the loss of my sight. I didn't bother closing my eyes, as I was already shrouded in darkness, and soon I was back inside of Layla's soul realm. Already, the dark cloud that had been hanging over the area had cleared slightly, and it seemed to shine even brighter inside. I wrapped my hand around the thread in front of me and started pouring my own strength in. Slowly, but surely, it began to dissolve, and my soul tree was happily drinking all the excess energy up. It's a good thing I'm already a demon-type essence user. Otherwise, doing this would be about the equivalent of straight-up drinking cyanide. After the thread snapped, a great shudder seemed to resonate within Layla, and her soul realm expanded exponentially. It looked like she was at about the level of a bronze rank now. When the shaking finally stopped, I withdrew from her soul realm and returned to the material world. I whispered softly to Layla, "It's over." Her small hands enveloped my own, and slowly pushed my arm back, resting it on my knee. I heard some rustling as she put her clothes back on. "You can take the blindfold off now." I untied the knot behind my neck and removed my shirt from my eyes. Layla was already standing, her outline sharp in front of the full moon. Her golden orange hair looked like it had caught fire, and for a moment, I felt as if I was standing in the presence of a phoenix, reborn within the night to signal the dawn. I felt a faint smile play on my lips, and for the first time in a long while, there was no sadness attached to it. "What are you grinning for?" "Nothing, just admiring the night's beauty." Her face flushed momentarily, and she looked to the side, but she made no attempt to move or hit me. I put my hands on knees and pushed myself up, letting myself stand straight up. "Thank you, for everything. I was suspicious at first, but I can already tell that what you did is helping. I feel like a great burden has been lifted from my shoulders." That's probably the bronze rank power talking. "What? Check out your soul realm. Without all those threads restraining it, your soul realm has expanded, and quite a bit at that." "Really?" I nodded. "Thank you." Layla jumped forward and hugged me, planting her face firmly in my chest. "Thank you so much, Ren." My heart skipped a beat and I felt a deep pang stab me in it as well. My throat started to hurt and I could feel the rest of my body stiffen. "Please. Don't call me that." "Why can't I?" Layla looked up into my face, peering into my eyes. I guess whatever she saw told her that she just shouldn't do it, and for that, I was grateful. "Sorry, it's fine. There's no way for you to have known, kid." I rubbed Layla's head for a second and then extricated myself from the hug. "Why do you keep calling me a kid?" "Because in my eyes you are one. I may be back in a 15-year-old body, but my mind is well past that point." I put on a fake grin and rubbed her head again. "No reason. All right, now head on home. Your parents are probably worried sick about you right now. Since I'll need to do this for a bit, why don't we just meet up here in 3 days and plan the next rendezvous then?" "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow in class." "Yeah, see you in class." I watched as Layla left, waiting for her to go back through the tunnel she'd entered. As soon as she left, I let my shoulders hunch and breathe deeply. It had been a long day, in a lot of ways. I was exhausted, physically, spiritually, and mentally. I rubbed my neck and looked at the ground, and then, my knees gave way, and I found myself kneeling in the grass, holding my face in my hands. I'm a fucking wreck just because she called me Ren. I thought that I'd be fine, but I guess that's a wound that still hasn't healed. Yukai was the only one who ever called me that, and I killed her. I can't let that happen. I can't let any of it happen. I drew in one last shaky breath before standing up, and I walked toward home. Meanwhile, I got about halfway through the tunnel before I realized that I hadn't properly thanked Renmur for what he did. I turned back and got to the entrance of the tunnel. I was about to call out to him when I saw him almost sink to his knees. I heard a choked wail and then his entire body began to shake. In that moment, it seemed as if the 15-year-old boy I'd just officially met had been replaced with the image of an old warrior, covered in scars and a tattered set of armor, with a chipped and cracked sword hanging on his belt. My heart ached and I almost called out to him, but something held me back. I blinked and the image of the old warrior disappeared. I quietly watched and waited, and about a minute later, he stood up and dried his eyes, heading for the tunnel on the other side of the field. I turned back to the tunnel entrance and left the stadium. I was about 3 minutes away from my family's residence when I realized that it was almost dawn. I'd spent at least half the night hiding in my spot, and then I'd spent almost 2.5 hours helping Layla. My family probably didn't care too much that I'd skipped curfew, but I was certain that I'd be questioned about it when I got home. I decided to take a quick detour in order to gather my thoughts and come up with a convincing story. While I was wandering off track, lost in my thoughts, I ran straight on into someone. I looked up to see who it was, but didn't see anyone. I checked around for a second before I heard a voice from below speak up. I know I'm short, but I'm not that short. I looked down at the person I'd run into. Their face was covered by some sort of scarf, muffling their voice. I caught a glimpse of some raven black hair peeking out from the top of the wrap. Oh, sorry about that. I was a bit lost in thought. I grinned sheepishly and scratched the back of my head. The person looked up into my face for half a second, but when they saw my face, they looked away quickly. Weird. Upon close inspection, I realized that the form that was currently bundled under all of those clothes was vaguely feminine. Additionally, they were wearing all black clothes, like they were hiding from someone, or something. I briefly let loose my soul essence in order to feel out the intention of the person in front of me. The face and mouth can lie, but the soul can't. After I read the person's soul, I could tell their intent. It's slightly shrouded to me, and they seem a bit nervous, but as far as I can tell they don't mean any ill will, though they seem to have been specifically looking, or maybe watching out, for me. So did you need anything, Mom? I don't need anything, Ren. The woman abruptly cut herself off. I raised my eyebrows at her and took a closer look. I tried to read her again, but now she was guarding against it. I was tempted to probe further, but decided based on my cursory glance from earlier that it wasn't worth it. Whatever, see you in class. I left the girl gaping in the middle of the street, and headed back towards my house. I really am not in the prepared to face her right now. I entered the doorway of the estate, finding myself in the courtyard. I tried to stay quiet, as I didn't want to wake anyone up. I headed past the courtyards of the branch families, heading into the main building. I turned down the left hallway and entered my room at the end of it. I softly shut the door and lay down in my bed, for what had been, at least for me, a very long time. As I closed my eyes and prepared my internal clock to wake me in 2 hours, I was haunted by the visions of the future that would come to pass if I did nothing. I was in for a long night filled with nightmares and the ghosts of both my past and my future. Part 4. For the second time in 24 hours, I woke with a start. I was sat straight up in my bed, and my ears were ringing loudly, almost completely deafening me. I could feel cold sweat running down my back, and my sheets seemed to be drenched in sweat. I extricated myself from the tangled covers and threw off my clothes. The polished bronze disc I used as a mirror showed me my reflection, displaying my full body to me. I looked myself over carefully, noting just how different I was from myself in the future. All my scars were gone, and any muscle mass on my body was minimal to none. I'd forgotten just how much I'd worked to attain the form I had then. Guess I'll need to start working out harder than I did when I was this age originally. I added that to my mental to-do list and finished undressing. I put on a fresh shirt and pants and then slung a belt that could hold a sword on my waist. On my way to school I'd need to top by a forge and get one, which reminds me, I need to secure funds, and fast. My family may have been noble, but in reality we were only slightly richer than a particularly wealthy commoner. I'd need equipment, elixirs, and some demon spirits that I could actually use at my level. Since I seemed to have carried all the demons from my past life over, I was in a precarious position, since most of them outclassed the abilities of even the city's strongest protector, the Heavenly Tiger's Chens. With these thoughts on my mind, I left my room and headed for the doors leading back out into the city. I passed through the courtyard quietly and without meeting anyone, since I'd woken up before the morning bell rang. I passed the threshold of the estate and looked out into the city. I tried to remember where the nearest forge was, and headed off down the main street, passing by the vendors who were just starting to open for business. I grabbed a bread roll and a meat bun as I walked, keeping tally of my money. When I finally reached the blacksmith, the owner had just opened his doors. "Morning, Renmur. It's weird to see you here, especially at this hour. I guess it alright if I come inside? I need to buy a sword and possibly make a custom mortar." "Sure, I stepped inside the dimly lit shop and looked around for a weapon at least similar to the one I'd been using in my previous lifetime. On first glance, I didn't see anything, but I decided to ask the shopkeep if he might have it in storage. "Hey, Kota, do you have anything in the back?" "Like what?" "Something with a half-moon tip and a rounded top edge, about the size of a great sword." "Nah, I don't have anything like that. How much would it cost to have you forge it out for me?" "Well, since I've never even heard of something like that, it'll be a bit pricey, but if I factor in that your family has been good to me and my own, I can probably knock off a 0 or 2. Plus I'm a bit intrigued by the idea, since I haven't made anything like it before, and with the unique design I might get some extra business if people see you around town carrying it. So I'd say in total, you're looking at about 3,000 silver marks. Though if you want it made out of a higher quality material, that'll add a bit more to the price." "What's the best material you got?" "Meteoric ion." "Then I'll have it made out of that. I'll give you a sketch to work on, but my art ain't gonna be great, just so you know. Using meteoric ion is gonna double the price." "That's fine for now, just the sketch should be enough. By the by, how'd you get this design?" I couldn't very well tell him that while I'd been pillaging tombs in the future I'd stumbled on the sword of a dead king, so I instead opted to just lie. "I came up with it a while back, but I haven't been able to find it in any of the shops I've visited so far." "No wonder, this thing certainly doesn't match up with any of the swords I've forged. I mean, the basic shape is fine, but that tip is gonna be hard to get just right." "Thanks in advance, Kota. What's the timeline on this project?" "Probably a month, especially since we're using meteoric ion. Have to be particularly delicate with that. Try sticking it directly in a bed of charcoal covered in mud and straw. It'll make it a bit easier to work with and the edge retention should be better." "And how do you know that?" I shrugged my shoulders. "In the meantime, I'll need a single-edged straight sword of the same time. The one on the top right shelf behind me should be fine." "Alrighty then. For that sword, it'll run you 1,000 silver marks." "For that? I'd pay maybe 850 at most." "I don't think you understand. That's my own design. There ain't more than 10 swords like it in all of Bastion." "Your point?" "At best that thing is 900, but I can already see that the edge has started to dull just from sitting there." 850. Take it or leave it. 950 as a special favor. That's highway robbery. 875. I'm not gonna go any lower than 950. "Then I guess I'll be taking my business elsewhere. Mind handing me back the sketch for that commission?" At this Kota's eyes flashed. Clearly he wasn't keen on losing the business of 6,000 silver marks. Plus even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to forge the sword correctly without the sketch and my advice. He hadn't had enough time to get it committed to memory. So what would it be? 6,000 silver plus whatever I wanted for the sword on the rack, or nothing? 900, final offer. Deal. I grinned and took Kota's hand. Shaking on it, I pulled out 1 gold mark and handed it to him. He gave me 100 silver marks in return. If I remembered correctly, Bastion's currency was separated into 4 tiers, with bronze at the lowest, then 1 silver being worth 100 bronze coins, then 1 gold being 1,000 silver marks, and 1 platinum mark being 1,000 gold marks. "I'll pay you half of the commission in 2 weeks and the rest once it's completed. Also, leave some room in the midsection for inscriptions." "Didn't know you could do inscriptions." I grunted and grabbed the sword off the shelf, putting it through my belt. "I gotta head out now. See you in a couple of weeks." "Before you leave, I have to ask, how are you planning on paying for this sword? I know you're a noble and all, but I have my ways." I strolled out of the store and looked into the sky, looking for the sun. It was probably around 7 a.m. by now, which meant I needed to head towards the academy. Not that that place is of any use to me, but I'm never going to be able to stop the invasion on my own. It's a whole city, and I'm one man. I'll need everyone I can convince get stronger, with my methods. In addition to that, I'll be able to raise the money for elixirs and equipment in no time. I took the route to the academy that I remembered, using back streets and alleys in order to avoid the crowd of foot traffic that'd be forming around this time. 30 minutes later, I was standing in front of the academy's doors. I still had a half hour to go, but if I remembered correctly, A certain someone would be walking by in a couple minutes. I posted up next to one of the columns and leaned back, closing my eyes and letting my soul search provide all the sensory information I needed. Almost exactly 5 minutes later, I spotted my mark. In my previous life, Yuji had been the class delinquent, often skipping lectures and starting fights. At least, on the surface. In reality he was an exceptionally talented commoner, one who had power to rival even someone of the Heavenly Tiger family. This had, of course, pissed off all the nobles who couldn't get their heads out of their asses, which resulted in Yuji frequently finding himself getting ganged up on and pushed to the breaking point. Any lectures he skipped were just because he didn't need to go, so he'd just listen in from the window instead of risk the harassment in class. Unfortunately for him, this meant that combined with his lowborn status, his abilities were squandered and he ended up like me, a middle-of-the-road slayer. It was only after the evacuation while we were out in the wild that he figured out that he was more suited to using void-type demons and stealth than straight confrontation. Though I must add that he was pretty damn good at straight confrontations as well. As soon as Yuji passed in front of me I opened my eyes and tapped him on the shoulder. "Yuji, I need to talk with you." "About what?" He was eyeing me suspiciously, probably noting that I was from a noble family, and that I had never paid attention to him before. "I'm thinking of starting a, let's say, independent study group, and I want you to join." "And why would that be?" "Because I know that you're a hell of a lot stronger than you let on. Not to mention we both know that you're never gonna be able to reach your full potential with all those stuck-up jokes in class chasing you around." Yuji eyed me up and down again, studying my face. I kept my eyes dull and my face straight. Part of the reason he had been so good at stealth was because he was good at watching people and finding their intentions. Can't let him catch onto too much. "Fine, when do we start?" "I'm planning on skipping classes for the rest of this month. We'll be training elsewhere, and I'm gonna have you learn a new language. In a month? You already know 3, and this one ain't as hard as the second. How do you?" I cut him off. "See you later. I still have to recruit some people. If I find out this is a trap I'm gonna kill you." "I've got no problem with that." Yuji walked past the great doors leading to the inner courtyards and disappeared. I breathed a sigh of relief. 1 down, 4 to go. Though, I might be able to get Layla to join. I returned to my earlier position and waited with my eyes closed. A few minutes later my next 2 targets came within my range of perception. These 2 I already have a relationship with, so it should be fine. As the 2 approached the entryway, I called out to both of them, "Kato, Jade, come here for a second." The 2 looked over at me and shrugged. Kato had been my best friend before the city fell. He was another noble like me, except his family had only come into it relatively recently, which meant they didn't have a ton of clout. Kato had still managed to become one of the top 5 slayers in our class before graduation, and it was through sheer perseverance. He had been gold tier when he graduated, so I figured I could get him to at the very least platinum in the next 4 years. Jade, on the other hand, was a part of the Heavenly Tiger family, though you wouldn't know it by looking at her. Unlike most of the family, she didn't keep her head in her ass and hung out more with us common folk than she did with the upper classes. She had also been in the top 5 when we graduated, as well as Kato's girlfriend. She had been about the same as a tier 4 gold when we graduated, so I certainly didn't have too much to worry about in terms of raising her rank. The real issue was withstanding their lovey-dovey crap for the next 5 years. That, and keeping Kato alive during the Horde's attack. Jade and their kid had been able to survive, but Kato had died on the front lines, and that was something I had regretted my entire life. If I had just been stronger, I might have been there to save him. But that didn't matter now. I was here now and I was going to do anything to save everyone. "So what's up, Renmur?" "I'm making an independent study group. We'll be skipping a lot of classes for the next month before the next round of placement exams." "Sounds good. When do we start?" "Today." "Who else will be there?" "For certain the 3 of us, plus Yuji. There are 2 or 3 other people who might come, but I haven't asked them yet." "Where we'll be meeting?" "I'll tell you in class after I ask everyone else." Jade looked at me with a devilish grin. "Will you be there?" I brought my consciousness back to full attention, abruptly cutting her off. "But, No buts, she's not coming and I'm not asking her. Why not? I thought. I said no, and that's final. I fixed my eyes with Jade's. Scowling, Kato decided to ease the tension. Ah ha ha ha, why don't we just leave this for now? I'm sure Renmur has his own reasons for not letting her join. Jade looked at him and then looked at me. Fine, whatever, I was just trying to help you with your romance. There's no need for that. There is no way in hell I'm going anywhere near you, Kaiheim. I don't know how I'll react for one thing, and for another. Deep within me I felt my time demon stir. I wasn't sure exactly what it was trying to do, but for sure it wasn't up to anything good. I especially didn't like that it responded to the name Yukaiheim, like it knew. I'd have to be more careful about that. Anyway, you two just head on to class. I still have to talk with some people. The pair looked at me strangely, and then left. I sighed and rubbed my temples, hoping to assuage the migraine that was starting to come on. I didn't like lying to them, but it wasn't like I could tell them the truth either. I leaned back against the pillar and sighed again, folding my arms across my chest and looked up at the sky. Within a couple more minutes I sensed Yijin and Leo. Yijin and Leo had both been my upperclassmen during my tenure at the academy, and later on Yijin had been my patrol partner when the city fell. Leo, on the other hand, had been placed as his family's next heir and had evidently died protecting his family as they evacuated. Like everyone else, they all had great potential within them, and the two had put it to good use. The pair spotted me before I called out to them. I flicked my head back, gesturing to them that I wanted them to come over to me. Now, I should mention that at this point in time, they were my bullies. I can't remember what for exactly, but it's safe to say that these two would be the hardest sell. Leo was the first to speak. What do you want, Ranny boy? Another beating? Nope, I'm making an independent study group. We'll be cutting classes for the next month. In that time, I'm gonna get you and a few other people stronger than anyone else in either of our grades. It was Yijin's turn to speak. Like how we're gonna get into a study group with you and the rest of your retarded friends. What could a weakling like you possibly teach us that would make us stronger? Sorry, Yijin, but I'm not really asking either of you. I'll just be upfront and tell you that I'm blackmailing you into this. How the fuck do you plan on? I cut them off and brought out a slip of paper I had prepared earlier. On it I had written a secret that Yijin had told me in confidence in the future. After a night of drinking, I felt bad for the future Yijin, as he had become a good friend and ally, but at the moment, I needed the leverage. How do you? I have my ways. Now if you don't join, I might just lose this piece of paper, and who knows who might pick it up. What's to stop me from taking you out back and beating the hell out of you to take the paper? The fact that there are copies hidden around my house. Of course, this was a lie. I had no intention of ruining Yijin's life. Desperate times just called for desperate measures. At the end of this month, if you're not stronger, you'll get to do whatever the hell you want to me, and I won't object or take any sort of revenge. Yijin shoved me against the pillar I was leaning on and lifted me by my shirt. At the end of this month, I'm gonna kill you. Fine by me. I turned to Leo, as it was now his turn. I drew out a second piece of paper and was about to hand it over to him when he raised his hands. I'll accept the same conditions as Jin. Internally, I breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, I didn't have any dirt on Leo, so I was relying on Yijin's reaction and my ability to bluff. Before the two left, I called out to them, by the way, during this month, I'm not expecting you to stop harassing me, so continue on like usual if you want. The two looked momentarily surprised, and then grinned maliciously. Count on it. With that, I had finished my recruitment of everyone I needed, so I walked inside, heading towards my old classroom. Part 5. As soon as I entered the classroom, I was assaulted by the sensory overload of so many people talking and laughing. I'd forgotten to turn off my soul search. I lowered the detection parameters to gazes and intents aimed at me. Out of the corner of my eyes I spotted Kato and Jade sitting in the back corner, looking disinterested. I was also able to sense, rather than see, Yuji hanging around at the window outside. My soul search picked up 2 additional intents. One of them was Layla, and the other was the person I'd bumped into last night. Layla's intents were murky, bordering on wanting to come up to speak me and something I couldn't quite get a grasp on. The other intent was coming from Yukiheim. She was glaring at me, and I could almost feel the daggers in her gaze. I flashed back to the moment we'd first become a couple back then. Yuki, I know that our future is uncertain, especially with everything that's going on, but I want you to know that I used to have a crush on you when we were kids. I'd thought I'd gotten over it after we graduated, but this past year training with you has made me realize that I still have those feelings. Ren, I can't believe it took you so long. After that, we became partners in every sense of the word. We had been left alone and defeated after the invasion, and had found comfort in one another. She told me about how when we were young she'd used to always wait around my house just so she could accidentally run into me. I don't think we ever actually did. I was always too busy goofing off to actually notice her. Yesterday I'd been able to read her soul and find out that she'd been waiting for me for all night long after I ran out of class. Of course she'd be pissed after the way I treated her last night, and there was no doubt in my mind that Jade had already told her about the study group and that she wasn't invited. I ignored the death glare and walked over to the teacher. Teacher Len, I want to form an independent study group. We'll be in need of a separate training room, permission to use the hunting grounds, and we'll be skipping the rest of our classes. Mr. Len looked at me incredulously. Renmur, that request is preposterous. Especially given your talent, I know, which is why I want to demonstrate that I'm fully capable of leading it. And how do you propose you'll do that? I can do one of two things. I will take the advancement test right here and now, or I can give you an enchantment inscription that surpasses anything you have here in this school. Mr. Len's eyes turned into ones of mock surprise. Truthfully, I could feel the disgust radiating from him, and I could tell that he wanted to humiliate me in front of the entire class. Why don't you show me this inscription? I'll even call in the inscription an enchanting teacher's. Fine by me. It okay if I do it on the sword I have in my equipment locker? You'll have to let us inspect it to make sure someone hasn't already enchanted it. Whatever you want. I crossed my arms and waited for Mr. Len to return with the enchantment and inscription departments respectively. I knew for a fact that neither teacher would have ever seen the inscription, considering I'd found it inside the space outside of time, so I wasn't particularly worried about it not being good enough. The real question was whether or not they'd actually understand the function behind it. Overall, the rune wasn't that complex, and it didn't require much power to write down. All it was an inscription that prevented the blade from going dull, eliminating the need for constant resharpening. Soon after I finished brooding over these thoughts, I saw the door to the classroom open and the three teachers entered. There was Mr. Len, Professors Mara and June. The two of them looked at me inquisitively, as if to say, is this the kid who thinks he can one-up us? I stopped leaning on the blackboard and walked across the room to my equipment locker, pulling out the sword I'd picked up at Cota's, and then walked back to the front of the room. Professor June was the first to speak. So, Student Renmur, what enchantment type inscription will you be showing us today? The one for eternal sharpness described in Volume 7 of the Book of Moon Emperor Jagan, so a lost inscription? Correct. And where do you find this inscription? A book. And where is this book? It'd take me about a month and a half to be able to access the book, but let's just say I keep it somewhere I know no one will find it. Very well then, do you have your own inscription tools? Yeah. Then let us inspect both those and this sword you will be performing. Sounds good. I handed the sword and the inscription tools I had in my pocket to Professor June, as he'd be able to detect any enchantments on them first. He looked the pieces over for about a minute, then nodded and handed the items to Professor Mara to check for pre-existing inscriptions. He took a bit longer, inspecting every scratch, every pattern on the handle, and the grain of the steel. After all of this, he nodded his head and handed everything back to me. Mr. Len turned to the pair. So is everything in order? Are there any enchantments or inscriptions already on the blade or tools? Both professors shook their heads. Very well, Student Renmur. First I would like you to draw the symbol on the blackboard for us to inspect. On the off chance this does work, we would prefer you do not activate it. After that, you may do the inscription to enchant your sword. Whatever. I grabbed a piece of chalk and started drawing on the blackboard. I started with the crescent-shaped border on top, adding in the symbols for sharpness and eternity in the top. Then I drew in the 3 lines straight below it to represent the blade and its components. I finally circled the entire design, adding in the cross-sections in the circular border as I went. Finally, I added the 2 stars on either side of the parallel lines that represented the heavens and the earth, connecting the 2 with the straight line that perfectly bisected the 3 lines I drew earlier. I put down the chalk and dusted off my hands, and fixed the professors with a somewhat bored expression. As the 2 gaped at the design, I pretended to check my fingernails for dirt, flecking off pieces of chalk. It was at this point that I realized that the entire room had gone silent, focusing on the symbol I'd drawn on the blackboard. The people who were hoping to become scribes were looking at me with a mixture of jealousy and awe. I hadn't really thought of it earlier, but I'd subconsciously simplified the inscription in case the instructors hadn't been able to understand the original. I let myself get mildly shocked by this development, and then went back to feigning boredom. Student Renmur. This is incredible. Even in its unempowered form, this inscription is genius. Yeah, and that's the simplified form I came up with. There is a more complex version of this. Well, yeah, every inscription we use is the simplified version. Take for example the Flame Lightning spell inscription, that's derived from the Thunder Flame Dragon summoning spell's 3rd part. How do you know that? I shrugged my shoulders. Meanwhile, Mr. Len was looking back and forth between the inscription, the professors, and me. So, are you 2 saying the inscription is authentic? This will actually work? Professor Mara looked at Mr. Len as if he was an idiot. This inscription is most certainly authentic. What's more, this child knows of the origin of the Flame Lightning spell. If you don't even understand the importance of that, then you are unfit to be his teacher. I don't like where this is going. Professor Mara turned to me. Child, you must become a scribe. Join my department. Fuck no. The entire room let out a collective gasp. Oh, I said that out loud, didn't I? Let me correct myself. I must respectfully decline, Elder Myra, as I wish to be a demon slayer. Your talent will be wasted out there. I said no. I looked at him coldly and waited until he shifted uncomfortably. Very well then, the final test is to see if you have the ability to actually inscribe the enchantment on your sword. I grunted and picked up the engraver. I touched the piece to my sword and repeated the process I'd used for the drawing on the blackboard. When it was finished, I poured a bit of soul power into the sword in order to activate the enchantment. After half a second the symbol glowed red and then faded back into the body of the sword. The entire process had taken less than 2 minutes. I threw the sword to Professor June to check, and she caught it by the hilt. She looked over it for a second and then handed it back to me. I have verified before everyone here that the enchantment was successful. A murmur of surprise passed through the classroom, along with a couple scattered claps. Cool. Now, Mr. Len, about that independent study group I requested. Mr. Len looked momentarily flabbergasted. I had just shown him up in his own classroom in front of 2 of his colleagues and an entire classroom. He slowly opened and closed his mouth, and then quietly whispered, "Very well, you have my approval. You may use the 3rd training room with impunity from now on." As well as I smiled at him. Cool, I'll be taking Jade, Kato, and Yuji from this class, along with Yijin and Leo from the 2nd year. Anyone else? I glanced up at Layla for a second. Layla, you want in on this? Layla, who had been staring holes into the side of my head for the past 20 minutes, twitched for a second, surprised that I'd called out to her. You. Yes? Cool, so add her to the list. At this point, Yu Kai-heim, who had been stewing in her seat this entire time, piped up, "I would like to join as well." No, but. No, why not? Heim, Yuki, I said no. The room started to tremble slightly, and I felt the hand that had been gripping the handle of my sword tighten, turning my knuckles white. I quickly realized my mistake and loosened my grip. I noticed that my left hand now had deep scratches from my fingernails digging in. I cleared my head and felt the dark cloud that had momentarily formed in it dissipate. "I'm sorry, no." I spun around on my heels and exited the classroom, gesturing with my hand for the rest of the group I'd named to follow. I heard the soft footsteps of my companions behind me, and I was soon walking side by side with Kato. Dude, what was that about? I don't want to talk about it, are you sure? I replied through gritted teeth, I'm sure. Now go get Eugene and Leo from their class. Meet everyone in the training room Mr. Len gave us access to. Okay, Kato left my side and headed off towards the second year's rooms. As we walked down the halls to get to the training arena, I heard the whispers of Jade, Layla, and Yuji behind me. Do you think something happened? What was with that sudden chill in the room? And was it just me, or did it start shaking in there? Did he always have that power? I scowled to myself and hunched my shoulders. Hurry up, I heard Jade yelp slightly, followed shortly by the trio's footsteps increasing in pace. I have some instructions written down on these papers that have individualized plans for how you can increase your power. You're all essentially going to be starting over from square one. No matter how dumb it seems, you're going to do it. I also have the slips for Kato, Yijin, and Leo here. Hand them to that group when get into the training area. Work as long as you can, as hard as you can. Yuji looked at the paper I'd handed him inquisitively, then looked back at me. What about you? I need to blow off some steam. I put my hands in my pockets and started to walk faster, passing straight by the training room and headed towards the hunting grounds. Part 6. 4 hours later, I found myself deep in the forested area of the hunting grounds. I was sweating and breathing hard. I looked back towards the path I'd been cutting through, checking all the corpses of the demon beasts. Selling their pelts and other materials would fetch me a pretty penny, but at the moment, I didn't care about that. I was just venting my frustrations. Well, what the fuck else am I supposed to do? I can't be near her, not after what I've done. I don't have that fucking right anymore, and I'm not going to put her life in any more danger than it already is. The people I'm training, they're going to be frontline fighters. They're the people who I'm going to have standing on the wall when the horde comes. I shook my head and checked my surroundings again. My searching ability found a bear-type demon beast to my northwest, and there was a pack of wolf-type demons heading my way, probably following the trail of bodies I'd left in my wake. I cleaned the blood and gore off my sword and hopped down from the tree. All the demons I'd killed since entering the forest had been low-tier fodder, with barely enough essence as individuals to count as fodder, but the pack of wolves and the bear would be extremely useful. The best part of having a demon-type soul realm is that I get stronger by absorbing the power of the things I kill. I felt a malicious grin form on my face, and I started hunting the would-be hunters. I caught them unawares, moving behind them as they ran along the bait trail I'd set. I fell on the first wolf like a shadow, putting my sword through its head while pressing one of my hands onto its neck, drawing out all of its demonic essence in one go. The rest of the pack by this point had noticed the smell of fresh blood and turned around. The alpha of the pack was considerably larger than the others, and had a deep black coat and burning red eyes. It howled, signaling for the other members to attack. The pack, which had started to circle, jumped on me practically all at once. I caught the first two by the throat with my hands, snapping their necks and absorbing their power. The third wolf jumped on my back, biting into my shoulder. I reached behind and threw it to the ground. It landed on its back with a crack, causing paralysis. I grabbed the sword I had planted in the wolf I'd caught by surprise and pulled it out. I swung the edge down on the wolf's throat, cutting its head off. All that was left was the alpha. The alpha regarded me with its red eyes and then charged straight at me. I prepared myself to catch it like the first two, but it started to the side about a foot before it reached me, wheeling on its paws. It pounced from its new position at my side and blindsided me. I felt its jaws close around my neck. Suddenly, a burst of power resonated throughout the clearing, and my body started to dissolve. I watched as my hands turned into smoke and static. All at once I felt old and young, powerful and weak, formed and formless. I fought against the power that was trying to overtake my consciousness, but I knew that at the moment it was a hopeless endeavor. A sharp pain above my eyebrows told me the horns were starting to form, and my jaw began to distend in order to accommodate the sharp teeth. My mouth was growing, The ringing in my ears that I'd woken up with returned, and finally, everything turned black. I don't know how long I was out, but by the time I finally regained control, the moon was high in the sky. The fangs and horns that I'd grown were shrinking back into me, along with the claws on my hands and feet. The ground drew nearer as I shrank in size. Lastly, the smoke and static that composed the vague outline of my body calmed down and stopped moving as erratically as it had been before. I checked for any residual energy around my body before taking a breath. As I did, the smoke dissipated and my body was left as only static. Eventually this dissipated as well, and I was back in human form. Fucking hell, I thought I had a grip on it. I can't believe I just lost control to that thing, not to mention I was careless enough to lose to that wolf. Speaking of which, I looked at my surroundings, realizing that I was much deeper in the forest than I had been previously. Surrounding me was a destroyed grove of trees and the bodies of several dead high-level demons. They were already drained of their power, meaning that I'd technically already absorbed them. Behind me was what seemed to be a hole in the forest, outlining a large body with two horns sprouting from the top of the head. In other words, the outline of the time demon within me. I closed my eyes and concentrated, trying to get into my soul realm. At first I was unable to, as the power struggle I'd participated in left it murky. I finally cut through the fog surrounding it and found my soul realm had grown substantially. It was at least 10 times as large as it had been earlier, and the soul tree had grown new branches. If I remembered correctly, that put me at about silver rank 4, but I wasn't particularly interested in that. I was more interested in what was at its roots. I could see a hole in the surface of the dirt surrounding the tree, and it led straight down to where the time demon was buried. Through the hole I could see that it was back in its own sphere of influence, but it had grown. It now encompassed an area that constituted 1/4 of the tree's roots, and it was looking directly at me, its blank eyes seemingly searching for something. I walked down the hole and touched the sphere. The time demon followed me with its eyes the entire time. When I reached it, it looked directly into my face. It nodded its head before turning away. I scowled and began working on a new seal. With the power I currently had, I wasn't able to do anything other than slow its ability to break out down, but it was better than nothing. After I finished, the sphere shrank. Satisfied, I turned away and exited my soul realm, returning to my physical body. I looked around once more and shook my head. I'd need to carry the bodies of the high-level demons out to the trading post, along with whatever I found on my way back. Using Soul Search, I had already determined that the bear I'd sensed earlier had been killed, along with about 30 other mid-tiers. I'd need to pick those up along with the wolf pack and the demons I'd left on the bait trail. I walked over to each of the high-tiers bodies and absorbed the leftover power before using a partial takeover to strengthen my arms and pick them up. In all, I ended up with about 55 demon beast carcasses. I should count myself lucky that it was only that many. It seems like the time demon isn't operating at full capacity, otherwise the entire forest would have been cleared by now. Does that mean it's lost power as well? And what about the other 4? The other 4 demons in my soul haven't shown any sign of activation, but that one is currently able to break its seal. It doesn't make any sense. Using a small pocket dimension ring I'd received as a gift a few years ago, I stored the bodies of the smaller low-tier demons like the sheep and rabbits. I also used the bracelet on my wrist to store the wolf pack, the bear, and the mid-tiers the time demon killed, along with one of the high tiers. The rest I carried on my back. To get home, I simply followed the path of destruction I'd carved through the forest. When I showed up at the trading post covered in blood and gore, the shopkeeper almost fell out of his chair. "What all do you have, sir?" 5 high tiers, 1 mid-tier bear along with assorted others, and 14 low tiers including a wolf pack of 5. I opened the pocket dimensions and dumped all the bodies outside. The man behind the counter whistles and looked at me even more curiously. "Anything else?" "No." "Alright, well let's see, what types are the high tiers?" "Dunno, didn't check," the man called out to someone in the back. And shortly after a young woman appeared around the side of the building. The man called out to the woman, "Lena, what are we looking at here?" The woman, Lena, inspected the corpses of the high tiers, picking at their paws and in some cases hooves. along with any identifying features like horns and fangs. Looks like we've got 2 minotaurs, a lion, and 2 hellhounds. Senna whistled again and then looked at the mid-tiers. And those? I ain't sorting through all those, so let's just call the lot of 'em dire wolves. Senna looked back at me. That good with you? Don't care, just give me an estimate, considering the rarity of the high 2 minotaurs, and the bulk sale of mid-tiers. You're looking at about 10,000 gold marks. I shrugged my shoulders and looked back at the pile. And for the extra sale of the parts? That'll probably give you another 1,000, sounds like a deal. I walked up to Senna and shook his hand. 20 minutes later he had finished counting out the money and Lena had finished moving the carcasses to the storehouse in the back. Now, would you mind telling me how you managed to rake in such an impressive haul in a single day? I looked at Senna and raised my eyebrows. Got it. He handed over the money and I left, heading back to the academy. On my way to the training room I received, I stopped by the hot springs and washed off all the crap that had accumulated on me. Feeling slightly refreshed, I walked into the training room and found that everyone was still there. Evidently they'd been taking shifts staying awake waiting for me to return, as Yijin and Kaito were playing cards while everyone else slept. Once the pair spotted me they went around and roused everyone else from their slumber, blinking the bleariness out of her eyes. Layla was the first to speak. Mind telling us where you were for the past day? In the hunting grounds. Doing what? Knitting. What the hell do you think I was doing? Whatever. I rubbed my temples for what seemed to be the 500th time today and looked around at the group I'd gathered earlier. So, how did training go? At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yijin spoke first. Good. Me and Leo reached bronze rank 5, despite the fact that we started at bronze 1. Right. Since their second years they'll start out higher, if I remember correctly. For the first years everyone was usually in the mid-copper ranks. Good. Next, Jade and Kaito looked at each other sheepishly. Kaito spoke. Jade got to bronze 2, and I got to bronze 3. That's decent. Layla, you're up. I got to bronze 3 as well. Nope. Considering the fact that you still have all that shit in your system, going up 3 ranks in bronze is impressive for a day. I turned to the last person. Yuji. And you? Bronze 4. Good. And how did it feel? Better than usual. Good. And the rest of you? Better than usual? The group nodded their heads in agreement, although I could tell in Leo and Yijin's cases it was begrudgingly. Alright, tomorrow I'm gonna get you all some new equipment and buy some soul mirrors. Leo cracked his neck and spoke. Why do we need soul mirrors? We're not lying about our power levels. I don't think you are, but we need new mirrors because I need to know your real soul affinity. What do you mean real? The mirrors we use at school are polluted. I don't mean they're full of anything bad, it's just that we use them so often that the only thing they're good for is giving a rough estimate of your power. When they're quote-unquote fresh they display your exact power level and your soul affinity. How do you know this? I researched it. Do you know yours? I hesitated. Being a demon type meant that I was drawing a lot of power from demons compared to other soul types. However, I also knew that I wouldn't be able to hide it for long. I sighed and started to reply. I'm a demon type. I specialize in subjugating demons and using their powers to enhance my own. Bullshit. There are only 2 demon types in history, and there is no way you have the power to be one. I can assure you I am a demon type. Prove it. How? Show us a takeover. I winced. I didn't have enough power to handle anything other than a partial takeover with the time demon, and I wasn't very keen on letting it out just after I'd finished locking it up. My mind suddenly brought to attention the fact that my soul tree had grown new branches earlier. Does that mean? I entered my soul realm and looked up at the branches from earlier. I hadn't noticed it before, but the branches did have 2 small lobes hanging from them. Inside one was a wolf, which I recognized as the alpha from the pack I'd killed earlier, and the branch next to it held the demon bear. I realized on closer inspection that the wolf demon had actually evolved. I guessed that since I'd absorbed all of those higher tier demons it had grown in power as well. Looking at it now, I realized it had developed a hellfire element. Additionally, its power was well within my current control range. I exited out of my soul realm and returned to the material world, channeling the power of the hellfire wolf. I felt my body grow taller, my bones changed shape, bending my back slightly and sprouting fur and a tail. My jaw popped out of socket and began to distend, extending my face into a long snout full of fangs. Once the transformation was complete, I realized I could see my reflection in the window across the room. I was over 8 feet tall, covered in smoking red fur that was radiating heat in visible waves, and I now had the burning crimson eyes that the alpha had possessed while it was still alive. I looked like a werewolf. I opened my mouth to speak, and while I wasn't actually moving my jaw up and down to form them, I was still able to create words. "Now do you believe me?" The voice that came out sounded nothing like my usual self. It was deeper and more gravelly, and the ending of my sentence was practically a snarl. It was at this point that I realized Layla had fainted. Kato was trying to sneak around me to get out of the door, jade in one hand, sword in the other, and eyes the size of saucers. Yijin and Leo were stood stock still in the center of the room. Oh, whoops, maybe I should have kept this hidden. I stopped channeling power and returned to my normal body. I worked my jaw for a second to ease the tension build-up and rolled my shoulders. I leaned my neck to either side, eliciting a series of cracking noises. I turned my attention back to the group I'd gathered. "Can you idiots calm down? Also, someone wake up Layla." Chapter 2. Half an hour and about 3 buckets of water later, Layla was back to being partially conscious. She was still groaning when I decided to speed up the process. "Be in a state that I can bring you home in the next 30 seconds or I'm going to get another bucket." I rattled the bucket a little for extra effect, and within 10 seconds Layla was fully awake. "That is so uncalled for, you dick. It got you up, didn't it?" Point taken. I stood up and offered her my hand, pulling her up onto her feet. "In all seriousness, are you good to go home?" "I think I still need a couple minutes." I walked over to the side of the room and grabbed a couple training mats. Bringing them over to Layla's side, I stacked them to about waist high and then sat down heavily. It was almost 2 in the morning already, and I had been training for half the day before I lost control. I heaved another sigh and lied down. I was tired beyond belief thanks to the exertion of everything today, and my soul actually hurt because of the incredible growth it had undergone today. Technically, it's been years since I've felt this tired, and the training and the timescape doesn't count because I was really only in there for half a moment, at least physically. Layla took advantage of this time to finally pay attention to her surroundings. Where'd everyone else go? Home. It's late and they just had the first truly useful training session of their lives. Plus, after my display, I imagine they don't want to hang around me too much. I rolled over onto my side and arched my back to stretch. I heard Layla sit down next to me, bowing the mats a little. "Yeah, that was pretty scary, seeing you turn into a demon beast like that." I smiled slightly at this. That one was relatively tame. If I showed her something like the Time Demon, I'm pretty sure her soul would actually leave her body. Still, I'm glad you showed me that. It might be scary, but seeing that you're so strong just gives me the motivation to get stronger, and knowing that you're so strong already makes me feel as if you'll be able to protect me forever. What? I hadn't really been paying attention to it, but my soul search was starting to pick up something from Layla, something I was entirely unfamiliar with. She breezily replied to me, "Nothing." I grunted and shifted my weight slightly, trying to give her more room. "You ready to go?" "No, not yet." Why do I feel like she's smiling? I could tell that I was going to fall asleep if I stayed like this, so I started to rise. I stopped though, when I heard Layla start to hum. There wasn't any real melody to it, and I couldn't quite place the song, but in the recesses of my mind it resonated. I lowered myself back to the surface of the mat and shut my eyes again. I tried listening more closely to her, but my mind was already slipping into a deep sleep. I felt a hand rest on my head, ruffling my hair. After that, my mind went blank and I slept peacefully for the first time since Yukihime had died. I knew when I woke up to the sound of the morning bells I was screwed. But before I worry about that, what exactly am I lying on, and why is it so warm? I groggily sat up and checked my surroundings. Why am I not in my room? The events of last night came back to me in a flood. Please tell me I'm not. I looked down at the source of the heat that was lying next to me on the mat and realized I was about to be in really deep shit if Layla woke up. I started extricating myself from her grip. Just when I finally had myself free, as if possessed, Layla reached up and dragged me back down to the mat with her. Fuck it, Layla, you are currently holding me in your arms, pressing me into your stomach. If you want me to not tickle you in order for me to get out, let me go. I heard a soft moan in reply. I don't wanna. Your choice. I started tickling Layla. My first aim was her stomach. Half asleep, she began to giggle. Not good enough. I need her to actually let me go. I was about to switch to tickling her upper arms, but I suddenly remembered what had happened the other night when I was treating her. I moved my hands down to her hips and began tickling her there. She started to laugh wholeheartedly, and she was squirming. I was beginning to smile as well. Come on, you gotta wake up, or else I'm gonna keep going. She finally replied, but at this point I was having a little too much fun. I felt like I was a kid again, and a part of me told me that right now, I was. She was still trying to wriggle out of the way, but her thrashing kept her in place, along with the fact that my legs were on top of hers. She was laughing even harder now, and I found myself laughing along with her. Finally she managed to escape my grasp, but she didn't try to run away. Instead, she positioned herself on top of me, and started to tickle my stomach. It was my turn to squirm. Through my laughter I tried speaking with her. Stupid, Layla. She giggled and continued on, switching to my shoulders and then my armpits. I clamped my arms down on her hands as soon as she got them in position, and pushed forward by bending my elbows. We fell off the mat and landed on the ground side by side, breathing heavily. After a while our laughter went back to giggles, and then finally we stopped altogether, still breathing hard. I looked over at Layla. She was smiling as well, and her chest was rising and falling rapidly. I noticed for the first time that she had a single beauty mark under left eye, and her dark eyelashes highlighted her bright green eyes. For that matter, her eyes stood out and contrasted with her hair in a way that made it seem like her hair and her eyes belonged to two separate people, but altogether, these features made her incredibly beautiful. I slowed my breathing down, and started to close my eyes. I felt her reach out and brush my hair out of my face. I was about to do the same when my mind suddenly raised an alarm. My vision was taken over by the images of my past. I saw myself dissolve into smoke, Yuki Himei desperately trying to hold on to me, keep me with her. Both of her eyes opened wide with alarm, but it was pointless. Everything faded to red, and the next thing I knew I was kneeling in a pool of blood, holding her corpse. Along with the vision stopped and I found myself in the present. I grabbed Layla's arm and stopped her. I saw a shadow fall over her eyes. In her eyes I saw my reflection staring back at me. I saw my own sad smile, filled with melancholy. I abruptly pushed any mixed feelings I had away and hardened my heart. I promised myself never again. I'm not going to risk people's lives over something as petty as my own feelings. I sat up and gently put her hand back down next to her. My voice was barely a whisper when I spoke. I'm sorry. I squeezed her hand lightly and got to my feet. Layla started to get up as well, and she was beginning to speak when I gently shook my head. Please, don't. I opened the door to the training room and stepped out. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it before sliding down it into a sitting position. I held my face in my hands and tried to get a grip on my thoughts. What the hell am I doing? I'm not here to have fun. I'm not here to do anything other than help my people. After that, I'm leaving. I lost the right to live a happy life a long time ago. This is my penance. I stood back up and walked away after scrawling a note on the door that said that I'd be back at noon with everything we needed for the day. I was still brooding over these dark thoughts when I reached the central market in the town square. The sound of the fountain brought my attention back to the present and the task that I needed to perform. I need 7 soul mirrors for the group, and they'll need to be small. Just a pocket-size one should do for now, but the measuring capability needs to be relatively large, probably a gold rank at the least. I can probably cut costs by not buying myself one, but that might raise suspicion. After last night I have the 11,000 gold marks, but I also need to set that 6,000 aside for the sword Kotu is making me. Generally speaking, the sole mirrors of the size I'm looking for are cheap, only running about 100 silver marks apiece, but with the increase in capacity I need, it'll raise the price to about 500 apiece, which would take out a hefty chunk of what I accumulated last night, which was an exception given the high tiers weren't killed by me. I would be smarter to just buy the low-rank mirrors now and invest the money that would have gotten the high tiers into getting some better inscription tools so I can expand the capacity myself. After this trail of thought ended, I realized I'd already walked myself into the mirror store. I selected 7 pocket mirrors that were encased in silver and walked up to the counter. "I'll take these." The store clerk looked at me suspiciously for a moment and then shrugged. "That'll run you 600 silver marks. Shouldn't it be 700? You're buying in small bulk, so the price is adjusted a little." The man winked at me and then took my money. I grabbed the mirrors from the counter and headed out. As I got back into the main hustle and bustle of the crowd, I decided to act on a whim and check out the bounty board. I pushed my way through the crowd and looked up at the bounties that had been placed on the old board. Most of them were for low-level job requests concerning some of the houses in the lower districts being attacked by wild demon beasts. But the one that caught my eye, and the one I was looking for, was the one posted in the middle. It was posted by Chen's, and it was an exploration quest. According to the posted sign, a group of farmers had stumbled on the crumbled ruins of an ancient catacomb system beneath the lower districts. But I knew the truth. They hadn't just found a catacomb system. They'd found the entrance to the city of the dead. The catacombs were just the start, and deep within the dead city was a page from the book I'd found in the space outside of time. In fact, it was the first page that I'd found. If I could get my hands on the page now, I'd be able to temporarily stop time in order to further cultivate my soul essence, and train my demons again. I'd stumbled on that page after I finished traveling the continent. I had come back to Bastion to pay my respects to my family and to ask for forgiveness for my sins when I remembered a book I'd read on my journey that recounted the tale of the city of the dead and had described the entrance as hidden under the last bastion. Acting on this hunch, I managed to navigate the catacombs, and later, the city, by using the book as a guide. When I finally reached the Tomb of the Emperors, the time demon reacted to something, and I automatically performed a takeover. I searched each separate burial mound, finding what would later become my primary sword and a book on the true history of the city of the dead, which turned out to have been named Yez. Of course, the last burial mound I checked was the one that held the page from the Historia of Time. The burial mound belonged to the first emperor of Yez, who, like the city, was named Yez. The grave was empty except for the page and some dust, which didn't surprise me considering the age of the place. Any flesh and bone would have long since turned to dust. Anyway, the job request stated that if you wanted to join, you needed to register your group by the end of the day today. I checked the meeting place and then the exact time. After that, I walked over to the person in the job registration booth. The lady looked up from her desk and gave me a once-over. "How may I help you today?" "I'd like to register a group of 7 for the catacomb exploration mission. May I have the members' names and your rank?" Names will be Renmur, Yijin, Kato, Leo, Jade, Layla, and Yuji. And your rank? "I'm a silver 4 for the moment. Also, my name is Renmur." "Very well then. Now, as part of procedure, I have to ask that you realize that unexplored ruins have an unknown danger level, and you can therefore not hold the expedition leader or the city accountable if you or a party member dies or is injured. Additionally, unique treasures are first come first serve. However, any general items like gold or unenchanted gems will be pulled together and then later divvied up between the expedition's members as determined by the leader." "I understand. I feel bad for everyone else since I know where the good treasures are already, so I'll probably end up hoarding them, but whatever." "Very well then. The expedition will be heading out tomorrow at noon by the East Gate. We wish you good fortune." The receptionist handed over my registration ticket and my group's identifier tags and then waved me off so she could handle the next person in line. I stored everything in the rucksack I had put the mirrors in earlier and then looked at the sun to check the time. It was roughly 9:30 at this point. I still had a while before I needed to head back to the training room to meet up with everyone, so I decided to instead get something to eat and to actually visit my family. I walked back home, trying to think of how to act when I got there and of how to explain why I hadn't really been there for the past couple of days. By the time I was there, I was relatively sure that I had a convincing excuse and that I'd be able to interact with them without breaking down again. I crossed the threshold of the first courtyard, waving to members of the branch families as I passed by them. When I entered the main house, I looked around using soul search for my parents and Runner. They were all still gathered in dining room, having breakfast. I kept myself from running straight to them and instead speed walked to them. I opened the door and was greeted by the smell of freshly baked bread and cooked bacon. Dad was the first to notice my entrance. "Where have you been?" "I was training in order to get past bronze rank so I could start an independent study group. I heard about that independent whatever yesterday. Evidently your little show in class caught a lot of people's attention. Someone from the Scribes Guild came around asking if you were willing to sell that inscription you put up, did they?" "Yup." Dad broke into a grin and stood up. He crossed the room and opened his arms to embrace me. I smiled as well and accepted the hug. A flood of memories entered my mind as I remembered the moments like these that we had shared in my past life, and how I wished there had been more. "That's my boy." My smile widened a bit and I hugged him a little tighter before letting go. He shifted a little so he could put his hands on my shoulders and then looked me in the eyes. "Now, tell me where you were last night, 'cause I know it couldn't have been training to go past bronze in order to get that study group since you pulled it off in the morning." I hadn't expected the question, but this certainly wasn't my first time having to cover a bluff, and this was probably one of the least dangerous times. "I fell asleep in the training room." "Aha, so why do you smell like perfume and not sweat?" "I what?" Keeping my cool, I thought of an excuse on the spot. "A market vendor hit me with it on the way here." Dad studied my expression for a second, probably looking for any signs that I was lying to him, but I'd long since overcome any tells that I had and looked directly back at him. "All right then." He shrugged and clapped me on the back before gesturing to my chair at the table. "Eat some breakfast and then shower and change." "All right." I sat down at the table next to Runner and my dad before grabbing a couple helpings of the bacon and eggs, along with a slice of bread. In the back of my mind, I told myself to treasure this moment, because you never know when it'll be taken away. I smiled at my mom and started talking with Runner, who had just learned to speak, and for that brief moment, I think we looked like a picturesque family, one that, for me, had long since disappeared. Chapter 2. Part 2. By the time I'd finished breakfast and changed, it was already time to head back to the training room. I checked my rucksack for all the materials I'd need for the day along with the items I'd received at the job booth and walked out of my room. As I passed the kitchen, my mum suddenly opened the door in front of me. "Oh, sweetie, I'm glad I caught you before you left." She handed me a cloth knapsack. "What's this?" "Your lunch." "Yeah, but why does it feel like there's enough food for two?" A woman is always more willing to listen on a full stomach. Why would? "Oh fuck me, I forgot about this morning. I need to apologize too." "Wait a minute, Mum, how did you?" "Mother's intuition. You might have been able to fool your father with that excuse, but I'm not your father." Mum winked at me, and then stood on her tiptoes to kiss me on the forehead. I felt my cheeks flush in embarrassment. "Ma, you're always going to be my son, and I'm always going to be your mother, no matter what." She smiled at me again and then walked away, heading to her office. I rubbed the spot she kissed and looked down at the lunch in my hands. "No matter what, I'm going to protect them." I began my walk back to school, leaving the house with even more determination than I'd had before, and for the first time since waking up in the past, a positive attitude. When I arrived at the training room, I was still 30 minutes early, and no one else was there. I could tell that people had seen the note on the door since it was now in a different position from where I'd left it this morning. The second person to arrive was Layla. She came in a couple minutes after me, and upon spotting me, started to turn around. "Wait." She stopped. "Please, I know that you must be confused and hurt because of this morning, but I want to explain things properly. I don't want things to be awkward between us or to scare you off." She seemed to deliberate it for a second. "I have food." That caught her attention. She grabbed her stomach and then closed the door. She walked over to me and sat down about a foot away. "Oh, listen, but don't expect much. I'll try not to." I handed her half the portion my mother had given me and then sat back down. Layla eyed the food for a second, and then grabbed the sandwich. I left mine in its wrapping and started to speak. To start off with, "Layla, I want to say sorry. What happened this morning and last night was a mistake, at least, on my part. I don't want to mislead you, and I don't want to hurt you, in more ways than one. I appreciate that you allowed me to rest and you trusted that I wouldn't do anything malicious while you were sleeping, but this morning, I think I went too far in my teasing of you with the tickling to wake you up. There were other ways to extricate myself, but I chose an option, which in retrospect, looked like flirting, and I know this may seem forward of me, and incredibly presumptuous, but I want to say it here and now." I paused to take a breath and gauge her reaction so far. On the surface she seemed fine, but I could read her soul a bit and tell that she was internalizing a lot of things. "I can't reciprocate any feelings beyond those of a normal friend. It's not you. There are some circumstances involving myself and my past that prevent me from being willing to even entertain the idea of anything like that. I think that you are a wonderful and amazing person, and for those reasons alone, I don't deserve you. You are someone who deserves happiness, and I am not. Why don't you deserve happiness?" The question shocked me, but what shocked me more was how quiet her voice was. I hesitated. There's no way I can tell her, and even if I did, she wouldn't believe me. I can't tell you that. Even if I could, you wouldn't believe me. Worse, if you did believe me, I don't think you would want to be anywhere near me. My chest hurt. "Renmur, why can't you just be honest with me?" "Believe me, I wish I could be. How am I supposed to believe in you if you won't even tell me why you're acting like this?" I had my eyes on the ground. My was telling me to run away from this conversation, but my mind was telling me to stay. Finally, I looked back into her eyes. "I know it's hard, I know you want to know, and I wish with every fiber of my being that I could tell you, but for the same reason that I can't tell anyone else that I care about, I won't tell you. The life I'm leading travels a path that I won't let anyone else travel, and certainly not side by side with me." With this, I stood up and bowed low to her. I was expecting her to cry, but she held fast. "Fine then." She stood up, "But let me tell you this, I'm not giving up. Please don't. I'll let you beat the hell out of me all you want, just as long as you promise to give up." "I refuse." I raised my head, starting to feel frustration. "Why not? You've only known my name for what, 2 days? Are you seriously going to have me believe that you're going to seriously pursue this even with that?" "Renmur, I think you really don't understand women. What have I even done to deserve this?" "Tickle you? You do realize you saved my life not even 2 days ago. Anyone would have done that. But you're not just anyone, are you? What does that mean? You really are slow on the uptake, huh? For the love of God, just give up. You'd say that even after putting this baby in my belly?" I looked down at her stomach momentarily. She was covering it with both hands. My mind went blank with a mix of terror and rage. No. It was at this moment I realized 2 things. She was grinning ear to ear, and that there were now other people in the room, more specifically, the 5 other group members I'd recruited yesterday. Everyone was looking back and forth between me and Layla. Kato was shaking his head. Jade was holding her hand over her mouth to cover a gasp. Yuji was crossing his arms and looking at me threateningly. Leo was just straight looking at me threateningly. Finally, Yijin was somewhere between utter confusion and complete disbelief, with his jaw on the floor. Jade was still trying to get a handle on things when Layla decided to talk again. "Guys, I'm joking." A collective sigh of relief escaped from the group, and Leo and Yuji stopped glowering at me. Yijin picked his jaw up off the floor and spoke first. "I think I almost just died of shock." The last bit of tension in the group dissipated, and everyone else in the room broke out into laughter, but I was left feeling like a lead weight had settled in my stomach. "Layla, don't joke about that with me, ever." I was completely serious. Kato wiped a tear from his eye and looked at me. "Dude, you should have seen your fucking face when she said that, and then you realized we were all in the room. It was like you just saw a ghost." I winced, and that officially just made it worse. That's enough. I released a bit of power, just enough to shake the room and shut everyone up. That comment hit too close to home. Everyone immediately quieted down and stared at me. Jade was the first to speak. Dude, it was just a joke. Don't get so worked up over it. I felt a dark scowl form on my face. If only they knew. Then maybe things wouldn't have to be this way. Anyway, today I have brought new soul mirrors for everyone. These should last you until the end of the month. And then I'll have to add an inscription to increase its reading capability. Use them and tell me what you see in the reflection. I grabbed the mirrors and tossed one to each person. Everyone had at this point realized I wasn't in a mood to be playing around, and immediately started to put their soul essence into the mirrors, triggering their activation. Yijin raised his hand. Yes? I saw a green sword and shield. It showed up inside a cluster of 10 stars. Anything else? The sword looked like it was made of wind. That means you're a wind elemental with proficiency in weapon creation and enhancement. I'll write down the most effective strengthening techniques and a training regimen for you to follow. Next, Layla raised her hand. I saw a blue snake with wings, superimposed over a lightning bolt and a river. You're a dual element water and lightning elemental. The snake with wings is just your family's insignia, but I think you should still try and get a dragon demon, preferably one that is a lightning elemental. Kato whistled at me. Yes? I saw a white sun. That means you've got the sun god affinity, huh? To put it simply, you have a strong affinity for the holy element under the subclass of the sun type. You'll be able to use any fire demon you come across, but it'd be smarter to not use any demons and instead focus on creating pure flames. And you should look into body enhancement techniques. Leo was next. I saw a giant black fortress with a spear crest on the door, void element with abilities focused primarily on defense, though you'll be able to use incredibly powerful attacks at the cost of their speed. Jade raised her hand. I saw a tiger made of stars. No shock that the girl from the Heavenly Tiger family saw that. Anything special about the tiger other than it being made of stars? It had really long front teeth. Then you're a celestial type with emphasis on attack. Also, try your hand at using swords of some sort and imbuing them with your power. I looked at Yuji. You're up. I saw a black dagger with the moon set in the hilt, and? The dagger changed into a sword. But how did you know You're a void type paired with a moon element. The dagger means that your primary focus should be stealth, and with the moon set in the hilt, you should probably use a night or shadow demon. The transformation into a sword just means you'll have a relatively high attack power for your rank. Yuji shrugged and looked at me expectantly. What about you? I already told you guys that I was a demon type, and showed you. Yijin piped up. Yeah, but you could also just be a void type who specializes in illusion. I rolled my eyes. Seriously? Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, but I could tell they were just curious because they wanted to see what my soul realm actually looked like. You do realize that for you guys to see it, I'll need a bigger mirror, right? The pocket mirrors were useful in that they showed the user the shape of their soul and its affinity to the user alone, and could not be shown to anyone else. This was also a drawback, as you couldn't cross-examine them in order to independently view or measure a person's soul. Jade grinned slyly. Don't worry, I have that covered. Kato opened the door back up and grabbed something from the hallway. He returned from outside with a full-size soul mirror that was clearly new, as it still had the price tag on it. He gently put it down on the wall next to the door and gestured towards it, inviting me to use it. I grunted and walked over to it. Everyone crowded behind me, and to get a clear view, I closed my eyes and pressed my hand to the side of the mirror, releasing a bit of soul essence into the mirror. I decided to limit the rank it would show, and closed off a portion of my power. Behind me, I heard everyone suddenly grow quiet, followed soon after by Leo murmuring to someone else, "What the?" I opened my eyes and at first didn't realize the problem. All I saw was my reflection, split in half with the time demon. The rest of my demons were in the usual place in the background, along with the two new additions with the wolf and the bear. Maybe they're scared of the time demon. I know I was when I first saw that he wasn't behind me like the others but instead shown as the other half of my body. I looked behind me to see why everyone was freaking out, only to find them not staring at the time demon, but the half of me that was. Well, Me. Then it hit me. The reflection staring back from the mirror wasn't the current version of me, it was the version of me that I had done as. The version in the mirror was taller and older, my hair was longer and my expression harder. My face was still set in a scowl, but my eyes were vacant. The sword hanging at my hip was black and had a half-moon tip, along with several inscriptions that were glowing faintly. Though it was so chipped and cracked that it was barely qualified to be called a sword, I was wearing red and black light armor under a coat with a fur-trimmed collar and a piece of plate armor on the shoulder. On my forearm there was another piece of plate that had been cut to pieces. I remembered that I'd used that particular piece instead of a shield, but the most shocking part was the blood dripping from my hand. This is not good. I felt my scowl deepen and then pulled my hand off of the mirror. I drew my other hand back and punched the mirror, breaking it. This shocked everyone out of their stupor. What the hell was that? ? I internally rolled my eyes and cursed my own stupidity for not thinking of the possibility that that would happen. Just add that to my list of fucking problems. I turned around and faced everyone. I don't know what that was about either, so don't ask. I could tell that I convinced absolutely no one with that, but I didn't particularly care at the moment. Give me 10 minutes and I'll have everyone's training plan ready. I left everyone to their own devices and shut off my hearing. I didn't want to listen to whatever they had to say about what they saw. I looked down at the papers in my hand and realized I'd written an extra one for you, Kai. Whatever. I stood up from the desk I'd set up and walked back over to everyone. I handed them their papers, along with the job forms I'd taken earlier. Tomorrow we're all going on an expedition. Meet at the place specified on the second piece of paper at the specified time. By then you should all be well prepared for anything inside the catacomb levels the group will explore. Even if you can't handle something, I will. I'm not going to be traveling in your group, but I'll be around. Now, Yuji, I said I wanted you to learn a new language. It's called Yasin and you'll encounter it tomorrow. I don't expect you to learn it all in one day, but you should at least get the basics. You'll find books on it in the Treasury Library. Wait, what are you going to be doing? Why won't you be with us? Because I don't want to. You'll be in my way or you'll slow me down, and I don't have the patience for that. I turned my attention to Jade. Give this paper to you, Kai. I'll handle Mr. Len and get him to let her join the group. Don't let her on the expedition tomorrow. Anyway, I'm heading out. I need to do my own training. You all can disperse for the day using the training methods I gave you. I opened the door and walked out of the training room, leaving everyone a bit disconcerted. I hurried over to Len's office so I could handle him. I opened the door to his office and found him behind his desk, looking over some sort of lesson plan. Student Renmur. Even if you shut it, Yuki Himei can join the independent study group if she still wants to. Student. What is the meaning of this? ? I ignored him and turned on my heel, leaving the school building and heading towards the hunting grounds. Chapter 2 Part 3. It had been almost 6 hours since I'd left the school. On my way into the hunting grounds I bought 2 spatial storage rings in order to store all the demon beast corpses to sell later. I'd long since lost my sword and started hunting with my hands. It had broken halfway into the 3rd hour when I came upon an armored hydra. At the last moment it had shifted to the side, causing my sword to bounce off its bony exterior instead of sliding through a chink in the armor like I'd intended it to. The spine of the sword had cracked before the hydra lunged forward, pushing the metal back onto itself and shattering the blade. In order to avoid the 9 heads that were suddenly facing me, I turned into the Hellfire Wolf demon and ducked under its stomach, using my claws to rip its stomach open. It had fallen on top of me, forcing me to turn into the bear demon in order to push it off of myself. After that I had to rely on staying in my demon forms to survive. Throughout the entire 6-hour period, I hadn't been able to shake off the discomfort that had fueled the trip. I knew I was in the wrong, and I knew that I shouldn't have left like that, but for some reason I just couldn't stay there. I climbed a tree and closed my eyes, letting my mind drift on its own. The day was normal. Well, as normal as it could be considering I was traveling in a caravan half the size of a city's population. I had just finished my shift acting as the vanguard for the group, eliminating any demon beasts dumb enough to get near us. It had been almost 2 years since Bastion had fallen, and considering that most of the survivors had been demon slayers, it wasn't hard to imagine the fate of any low-tier demon who crossed our path. Even high tiers and destroyer class demons were close to easy pickings, but that was beside the point. I turned away from the wild and walked back to the center of the caravan, heading toward the tent that counted as home. I walked past familiar faces, nodding to all, greeting them as I passed by. Everyone was still in relatively low spirits because of the rough terrain and the fact that we were still trapped in what seemed to be an endless desert, but there was still some hope to be found if you looked hard enough. Finally, I spotted my tent. I smiled, self-consciously glad that I could finally be with the woman I loved, and especially because of the news she had told me the other day. The tent's flap opened up and I had to stop myself from sprinting as soon as I saw her. Her usual spry gait was hampered by the bulge of her belly. Seeing that, I grinned wider and threw any sort of attempt at restraint to the wind. "Yuki." She turned to face me and returned my smile. I started to run over. Once I reached her, I picked her up and whirled her around in my arms. "Ren, put me down. I'll get sick." I drew her into a kiss and then slowly lowered her feet back to the ground. Once I was certain she was steady on her feet, I let go of the embrace and put her at arm's length. "What did the doctor say?" "Soon." She rubbed her stomach affectionately and smiled softly. In that moment, she looked just as beautiful as she had the day I'd married her. Suddenly, she jumped a little. Ren. I can feel her kicking." "What?" Yuki grabbed one of my hands and placed it where her hand's been moments ago. Underneath the skin I faintly felt a small foot press against my hand and then retreat. I stood there speechless for almost a minute. "Ren, you can't just stand there with your mouth open forever. People will stare." Her eyes were alight with a childish playfulness and her mouth was quickly turning into a playful smirk. I took my hand off her stomach and embraced her once more. "I love you more than anything in this world, Yuki." "I know, Ren. Now let's go inside. I'm sure that you're tired from your shift. I might have gotten you stronger, but you're still only human." All right. I let go of her and walked into the tent, holding the flap open for Yuki after me, and then sat down on the makeshift bed made out of blankets and pillows. I pulled off the long coat that I had to wear to protect my skin from the sun and untied the scarf around my neck that I'd been using to cover my mouth so I wouldn't swallow half the sand in the desert when a storm picked up. Meanwhile, Yuki was kneeling down behind me and unclasping the buckles that held on the light armor from the back. After she finished, I lifted it off and tossed it to the side of the tent. "Ah, Ren, you stink. I have been running around a desert killing monsters all day after all. Go take a bath. Only if you come with me." I tilted my head backwards and put on my sweetest smile. Yuki flicked me on the forehead and pinched her nose. "And why would I do that?" "Because I'm sore and can't reach around to wash my own back." "Fine, you're lucky I think you're cute, otherwise I would have abandoned your sorry butt a long time ago." I laughed and shook my head. "Good thing you have poor taste then." I pecked her on the cheek and stood back up. I picked up the bucket of water in the corner along with a bar of soap, checking to make sure I had a towel and a change of clothes as well. I headed outside of the tent, Yuki Himei in tow, holding my free hand. "Ren, let me hold something. You can't carry everything." "Nope, you're carrying something much more important than anything I have. Plus, you need your hands free in case you trip." "Not that I'll let you fall." Yuki Himei puffed out her cheeks and glowered at me. HMPH. I laughed breezily and squeezed her hand. I remember thinking at that moment that I could have died happily right there and then. I never expected that I would soon be wishing I had. That night, I was woken up by the sound of something tearing open. I bolted to my feet and grabbed my sword off the ground next to me. I called out into the darkness, "Who's there?" There was no reply, but I was already on edge. The tearing didn't sound natural. I poked my head outside and heard what could have been someone breathing in shakily, but something about it, just like the tearing, sounded off. It was distorted, almost as if it wasn't coming from a human. "Ren, what's happening?" "I don't know, Yuki. Something is off. I'm hoping that it's nothing, but just in case, get ready to run." I couldn't see her, but I heard her rustling around, probably grabbing her clothes and armor. The breathing sound happened again, but this time it was much louder. I couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from, but now I had the general direction, northeast of here. I'm guessing it's about 50 feet away. I tentatively stepped further outside of the tent. By now I could feel the body heat coming off of Yuki Himei as she stood behind me. I spoke to her in a voice that was just barely a whisper. Watch my back. I'm going to try and feel it out. She squeezed my arm, signaling she was on watch now. I closed my eyes and extended my soul towards the origin of the sound. I couldn't find anything unexpected at first, but then something in the back of my mind rang out like an alarm bell. Why is there just a black space moving around? Solescence was in everyone and everything. Even air had some amounts of solescence in it, so why is there just a blank spot? I focused my soul search on the black space. Whatever it was, it seemed like it was half-formed. It was vaguely humanoid and had what I guessed were long, bony arms that ended in elongated and sharpened nails. There didn't seem to be any lower half to it. Instead it just extended out to something like smoke. The torso was also desiccated, like one of the ancient corpses I'd come across on tomb explorations. The neck was long and skinny, and the head attached to it was disproportionately bulbous, but the part that scared me the most was its face, or rather, its lack of one. The eye sockets were sunken to such a degree that they appeared to be voids of their own, and other than what seemed to be the vague idea of a contour following the ridge of its eyebrows down to where its chin should have been, there was nothing. I tried to comprehend what I was looking at, but that thing suddenly jerked its head in my direction. It looked directly at me with those black voids, and I was suddenly terrified for my life. I immediately retracted the soul search and snapped my eyes open. I heard a distorted wail come from the direction I'd seen that thing. A chill ran up my spine and I realized that my hands were trembling. At this point other people had woken up to investigate the noises. I saw pale faces in the dark, looking around to investigate the eerie wail that was now emanating throughout the entire caravan. Moments later I heard a scream, probably as someone close to that thing looked out of their tent only to find themselves face to face with the terrifying creature. The tired and confused faces around me suddenly snapped to attention. They all knew that a scream in the middle of the night meant danger was already here. I shouted out to anyone who was listening to avoid chaos from breaking loose. We have an unknown entity in camp. Pack up your things and evacuate now. Everyone immediately went back inside their tents, followed shortly by the clattering sounds of people grabbing their essentials. I turned to Yukai. You need to leave right now. Go back inside and put what you can inside this spatial storage bracelet. Get someone from the nearby tent and have them help you run away. I ripped off the empty storage bracelet I'd received as a wedding gift and gave it to Yukai. It should have enough room to fit everything except the tent itself. Run as far away as you can, please. What about you, Ren? You're coming with me, right? I'll meet up with you later. Ren, you can't be planning on. I had automatically put on a loose soul search to track the unknown entity, and I could tell it was getting closer. Yuki, leave now. But Ren. Yuki. Now. I shouted at her and pushed her back. It was getting closer. Okay, Ren, but you need to come back to me. I'm not raising our kid on my own. I will, I promise. I turned around and nodded to her. No point in telling her my plan. At this point several fires had been lit to illuminate the area and it was then that I caught sight of it. Earlier I hadn't been able to give it a proper name, but now that I could physically see it, only one word came to mind: wraith. My parents had told me that wraiths were the vengeful spirits of the dead and that unlike demons, didn't have access to solescence, as their souls had been sacrificed in order to create the apparition after death. That explains why it registered as a dark zone. For the most part it seemed to be ignoring everyone in its path, but for some reason, anyone who came within about 5 feet of it just dropped to the ground. Their souls were extinguished. I need to buy time. I was trying to think of a way to distract it while I advanced forward. I can't get close to it, but I need to draw it away quickly. I remembered that it had reacted when I inspected it directly with my soul, so maybe if I could catch its attention and force its focus on the signal I broadcasted, it would follow me. Out of the corner of my eye I saw a shield leaned against a tent. It wasn't a particularly good one, but it had metal on it, and that was all I needed. I picked it up and strapped it to my free arm. I concentrated my soul search and pointed it directly at the wraith. Hey! I pounded the pommel of my sword on the steel bands on the shield. Over here. I forced my soul energy directly into the wraith's face and it reacted again. It released a sound that could have passed for a roar if it hadn't sounded like it came from a corpse's mouth. Well, that certainly got its attention. The wraith turned directly towards me and reached out its arms. It began to fly faster, picking up speed at an almost impossible rate. I turned toward the east edge of camp, as it was the least populated, and ran. I summoned power from the lightning demon I'd recently subjugated and forced its power into my legs, trying to infuse myself with the speed I knew it had. I kept having to stop and hurl my soul essence at the wraith to keep its attention, banging my shield as well. I ran into several other people on my way, and each time I told them the same thing: go north or go south, do not under any circumstance move west or east. Finally, I reached a clearing in the tents. By this point the wraith had already become wholly invested in me, and I didn't need to lure it as often. I recognized the clearing as the temporary training grounds we had set up. I threw the shield down since it was obviously going to be ineffective, given the wraith's 5-foot instant death radius. The real question is what I do now. I didn't really have any demons with ranged attacks, and I cursed myself for it. Not that I know they'd even work. Stuck with my sword and ineffective powers, I stood my ground. The wraith drew closer, and I got my first good look at it in the light. My earlier observations had been correct. It didn't have a face, and it seemed to be comprised of smoke static. Its outline was constantly shearing off in random directions. What was weird was that it did seem to have some human features inside of it. A portion of the wraith's chest looked like it had been cut open, and underneath I could see what could have been ribs, along with a black, desiccated heart. Well, if that isn't a weak point, I don't know what is. With at least a target to aim for now, I gripped my sword tighter. I concentrated on a full takeover, drawing on the power of the lightning demon I'd used to empower my legs. The air around me crackled with electricity and I felt invigorated. My mind was running a mile a minute and everything I saw had drawn into sharp focus. I was processing information and reacting faster than what was humanly possible, and I felt like it. I skirted around the wraith, trying to keep my distance. Its eyes followed me, regarding me with a sense of contempt. I twirled my sword around in my hand. Something is developed as a nervous habit. The wraith momentarily broke off the staring contest to track the motion of the blade. Clearly it was intelligent enough to have a sense of caution. I'd now maneuvered it into the center of the field, and had my back facing the camp. If it wanted to go back in, it would need to go through me, and I had every intention of delaying it for as long as possible, but that just wasn't how it worked out. My eyes processed a shape moving on the other side of the field. Almost immediately, the wraith snapped around and let loose an actual roar. Something about whatever was over there made it mad. I called out to what I assumed was a person. Get out of here. The person came into full view, but whoever they were covered completely in a black cloak. Any distinguishing features had been purposely erased. Move. Now. I hurled my sword at the wraith, aiming for its back, hoping that I'd be able to connect with its heart through there. The person sprinted to the side, running around the outer perimeter of the clearing. They barreled past me, clipping my shoulder as they passed. I was momentarily knocked off balance, but I quickly regained my footing and put my eyes back on my main adversary. My sword had in fact managed to pierce the wraith, but when it turned around, I knew I had missed. Instead of hitting it in the heart, my aim had been off by about an inch, coming through just below the heart. I knew I was a dead man at that moment. I had no weapon, no ranged attacks, and I couldn't even come close to my enemy. Mum, Dad, Runner, Kato, I'll see you soon. I'm sorry, Yuki. Maybe in the next life I'll be able to keep my promises to you. I closed my eyes and concentrated my power. I had about 30 seconds before the wraith recovered from the electricity coursing through the blade, and probably another 10 before it would be close enough to kill me. I figured that since I couldn't directly touch it, I might as well just blow myself up and hope I took it with me. My memories flooded through my mind, everything from my first time saying my father's name to the events of today. I smiled to myself and opened my eyes, now blurred by tears. Every inch of my body was screaming out in pain as I overloaded my senses and absorbed as much power as I could into myself. Unfortunately, A voice called out to me, "Ren." I turned around and saw someone who shouldn't have been there. "Yuki, what are you doing here?" Icon for you. Get out of here now. No. I'm not leaving you here to die. We'll fight that thing together. I said get out of here. I pleaded with my eyes, but she stubbornly refused. She ran forward and stood next to me. The universe, with its cruel sense of irony, robbed me of the time I needed in that moment to do what was important, and then gave me an ability that allowed me to create all the time in the world over something as meaningless as my life. I watched in horrifying slow motion as the wraith crossed the field towards the two of us. I released the power I'd been storing up into the air and pushed Yuki Himei out of the wraith's path, but I wasn't fast enough to avoid getting hit myself. I felt the wraith pass through me like I was water, and it proceeded to head back into the camp, presumably chasing after the cloaked figure from earlier. At that moment, I didn't die. When the wraith, or as I would later discover, the time wraith passed through me, a person with an empty soul realm, it left a portion of its power inside of me. The power fused with the now dormant demon element in my soul and created a time demon, an entity that could enact some of the powers of the wraiths it was derived from. Some may have thought this was a miracle, but for me, it was anything but a miracle. It was a curse, with no soul essence to draw on for the subjugation of the newly formed time demon. I quickly realized that it was going to gain control. I could already see smoke and static coming off of my body. I turned to Yuki, who was now kneeling in the grass, facing me. I choked out one word, "Run." My ears filled with an intense ringing, and my vision started to turn red. I felt intense pain in my forehead and mouth as I sprouted large horns and sharp fangs. I clutched my hands to my head, trying to block out the ringing, but it was to no avail. I felt my body begin to dissolve, and soon I could see my own outline shearing off and smoking like the wraith had. I tried to scream and yell, but I could only form simple words, "Run, now, love, you." I hoped that there was still enough left of me for Yuki Himei to recognize, and I felt a tear fall down my cheek. She screamed, perhaps in horror, perhaps out of love, I'd never know. "Ren, you have to get a hold of yourself. Fight it." I mustered the last of my strength and screamed back at her. My voice was no longer my own. It had distorted, becoming deeper and more grating. "Yuki, you need to leave now. I can't fight anymore." But she didn't listen to me. She stood up and faced me. The last words she ever said to me were cut off. "Ren, I love." My vision faded to red and I completely lost control. The next thing I remembered was kneeling in a pool of blood, holding Yuki Hime's body in my arms. Her face was caked with dried tears and blood. I don't even know whose. Her raven black hair was in a state of disarray, and her once brilliant violet eyes were dull and lifeless. I shook her lightly and whispered, "Yuki, you gotta wake up. This isn't funny. You gotta wake up." Tears were forming in my eyes. "Come on, Yuki, wake up, wake up, wake up." My tears fell freely and my whispers turned into choked screams. My mind went black as I rocked back and forth, holding her lifeless body to my chest. By the time the survivors found me, I had long since stopped crying. I was staring blankly into the distance, not really seeing anything. I brought to attention when someone threw a rock at me, hitting me in the head. I slowly turned my head in their direction. They shrunk back and hid back in the crowd. My voice had been reduced to a croak at this point. "Why?" Someone yelled out to me, "You did this. You killed these people." Part of me wanted to deny it, to say that it wasn't me, that I'd lost control to a demon after the wraith attacked me, but even I realized how hollow that excuse was. It may have been true, but it wouldn't make any difference. I lowered my head, pressing my chin to my chest. "I'm sorry won't bring them back." "You're right." More people started throwing stones and weapons at me. I huddled closer to the ground, shielding Yuki Hime's body with my own. "Please stop." No one paid attention. "Please, just stop. I don't want her to suffer any more than she already has." I didn't want her body to be desecrated anymore. They could do whatever they wanted to me, but Yuki Himei at least deserved a proper burial and all the respect that went along with it. Another stone hit me, and I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder afterwards. "Please." I saw a dagger flying towards me, but I was too slow to react properly. The handle struck Yakihime's body on the side of the face, shifting it. I said stop. I felt power well up within me and I released it. A visible shockwave, with me as the epicenter, emanated outward and knocked several people over. My grief was quickly overtaken by my fury and I glared at the people in front of me. You can kill me if you think you have the fucking stones to do it, but don't you dare do anything else to Yukihime. I slowly stood up, leaving Yukihime's body on the ground. I picked up the dagger that struck her and cut off a lock of my hair before kneeling down. I opened her hand softly and placed the lock inside of it, and then closed her hand again before crossing her arms. I stood back up and looked at the terrified group that I had once viewed as my friends. Any takers for killing me? No one stepped forward. I dropped the dagger and walked in the opposite direction. The only thing I could see before me was a vast desert, and, I hoped, a grave. Chapter 2. Part 3. I slowly opened my eyes and checked my surroundings. I was back in the hunting grounds on top of a tree branch. I'd managed to doze off in the forest, and by now the sky was turning dark. I rolled my shoulders and wiped my face. I hopped off the branch and retraced my steps back to the entrance back to the city. I passed by the shop that I'd sold the demon beasts to yesterday. The same man I'd met behind the counter was sitting there, but he had a line that I wasn't willing to wait in. I decided to head straight back into the city instead. I was going to find somewhere to stay that wasn't my home. Something just felt off. I remembered that I had to be at the East Gate at noon tomorrow, so I headed in that direction, hoping to find an inn to stay the night. I also needed to stop by a forge to get equipment for the group I'd recruited. I may have given the methods to get stronger earlier, and advice on how to use it, but I'd walked away before I could get them the weapons and armor they'd need. Luckily I already knew that the catacombs themselves weren't particularly dangerous, but the actual city of Ez was a literal death trap. I'd only been able to survive because I could blow past any obstacle in my way with the time demon, along with the fact that I had a rough guide in the book that had told me where to find it in the first place. I realized I was a little too far down this rabbit hole when I looked up and found myself in the room of an inn, sitting on the bed. I sighed and cracked my neck, trying to ease a little tension out of it. I checked how much money I had in the spatial ring I'd been using to store it all. I had just a little over 9,000 gold marks left, if I didn't count the money I'd spent to commission the sword from Coda. That reminds me, I found the original version in one of those burial mounds, didn't I? I'll need to grab that as well, even if I can't use it right now. The sword had served me well, especially considering the abuse I put it through, but at the moment I wouldn't be able to use it properly. It had several high-level enchantments and inscriptions on it, not to mention the fact that the sword itself held a demon in it that I'd accidentally unleashed and had to subjugate, which leads me to my next problem. I need to get mid-tier demons for the group to use, along with a high tier for myself. The Hellfire Wolf and Abyssal Bear demons were growing stronger with me, but they also didn't have a wide variety of abilities for me to use. Both were mainly attack and enhancement focused, and neither had much in the way of range or specialization. The Abyssal Bear allowed me to increase my strength and could empower its fangs and claws with void energy to enhance attacks, but it was also slow and allowed. The Hellfire Wolf could also enhance strength, though not to the extent of the Abyssal Bear, and pretty much had the same abilities otherwise, with the bonus of being faster and able to burn the enemies who were dumb enough to try and fight close up. So, I needed to find something. I looked outside my window, towards the setting sun. My stomach grumbled and I realized that I hadn't eaten since early in the morning. I'd managed to miss lunch, again. I sighed and stood up. Guess I'll grab dinner and then head to a market to pick up equipment and a demon. I walked out of the room, locking the door behind me. As I headed down the hall, I began to hear the sounds of fighting coming from downstairs. I tensed up and quickened my pace. When I reached the top of the staircase, I suppressed my soul energy, masking it in order to keep the element of surprise on my side in case it wasn't just a regular bar brawl. I pattered down, keeping my back to the wall and my senses alert. Halfway down, voices became audible. "We know he's here." This voice was unfamiliar to me, but I did recognize the accent and that it was muffled by a mask. "Now then, who are you looking for? Please, we don't know who you're talking about." It took me a second to recall that this was the voice of the woman who'd checked me in, as I had been lost in thought when I spoke to her. Earlier she had sounded bright and cheery, but now she sounded absolutely terrified. I tentatively activated Soul Search, trying to get a better picture of exactly what was going on. I kept it to a minimum level, only trying to discern how many people there were, and whether or not I needed to be worried about the confrontation. 6 people with hostile intent, 1 unconscious body, and the receptionist. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess whoever is unconscious isn't one of the group that's looking for. Wait, who are they looking for? Lady, we know he's here and that you checked him in. It was a kid with red hair and blue eyes. For that matter, he was covered in demon's blood. We saw him enter this inn an hour ago. Oh, that'd be me. But why are they looking for me? I retracted my soul and tried to come up with a plan, one that would hopefully keep innocent bystanders out of harm. Today is not my lucky day. I settled on the plan that I thought would be the best course of action, and walked the rest of the way down the stairs. I held my hands up in the air. "Are you looking for me?" Everyone gathered turned their heads toward the sound of my voice. 2 of the assailants went for their swords, along with 3 others who began to cast their spells. Hold it! Hold it! I raised my hands further up, showing that I had no intention of fighting back. I'd already proved for their soul power, and even after today's hunting I wasn't quite powerful enough to take all of them on. The leader, or rather, the person I assumed to be the leader, glanced in my direction and lowered his sword from the throat of the receptionist who had checked me in. "You the kid who wrote that eternal sharpness inscription?" "Yeah, that's me." I narrowed my eyes at the man, trying to figure out how he'd known that. As far as I'd been able to tell, the only people who would have known about that were my family and the people who had been in the room when I'd written it. "All right then, you're coming with us." "I'm what?" I lowered my arms and took a defensive stance. The leader raised his sword again, leveling it at the receptionist's throat. "You do anything hasty and this little lady might just lose her life." I scowled and put my arms back up. I couldn't win this fight and they all knew it. By the time I'd gotten to a place where I could stop him, the guy would have already slit the receptionist's throat. "Okay, you've made your point, but you have to promise me that you'll let go of all the hostages before I go with you." The man cocked his head to the side and then nodded in the direction of the door. The people who were guarding it stepped aside. "Time for the long shot, man." And just when I was going to go on the Catacombs expedition with my friends from the Slayer Academy, I saw the receptionist's eyes light up, and she sent a small nod my way. None of the black-clad kidnappers seemed to notice or care. One of them brushed past me and headed upstairs. "What are you doing?" He grunted at me. "Don't worry, kid. He's just getting all the people currently in their rooms to get out of their rooms." I nodded and went back to holding my hands in the air quietly. A minute later a stream of people guided by the man who went upstairs exited the inn. "All right, now that that's out of the way, it's time for you to come with us." "Can I ask why?" "Let's just say you seem to have a particular skill that our employer would like access to." "What skill?" "Sir, I'm a 15-year-old student. What possible skill could I have that would be of use to someone like your employer?" "Guess you'll find out when you wake up." I tried to turn around and catch the kidnapper's hand, but I was too slow, and the last thing I saw was a club connecting with the side of my head, turning my entire world black. Meanwhile, Layla. I was still fuming over what had happened earlier with Renmur. I hadn't been as shocked as everyone else when I saw the older version of Renmur in the mirror, but I had been shocked to see that his other half was a demon, not to mention the fact that I had seen a total of 8 other demons in the background. But the weird part was how he had reacted when he saw his hand. It was like a different person emerged after that. It felt like he had detached himself from the situation. Just what is he hiding? And how did he move around without us seeing anything earlier? One moment he wasn't even facing me, and the next he'd managed to take out all the dark soul essence that was still in me and transferred it to Yuji, who was on the opposite side of the room. After he had left, everyone had started reading the papers where he'd written out training regimens and optimal cultivation techniques. After that, everyone had separated out to find the areas around the city where they'd be able to maximize their cultivation and training. Mine was at home, since my family already had the tools to train storm elementals. For the past 8 hours I'd been sitting in isolation, immersed in water and absorbing the lightning element essence that permeated the entirety of the room. According to Renmur's notes, sitting in the water increases the energy of the lightning, and also stimulates the water element inside me. I also need to think about the process of a storm, not just the outcome. When I'm trying to absorb it all, I could already tell that this was increasing my soul realm's capacity and power far beyond normal means. I'd already passed Bronze 3 yesterday, but now I was almost at Silver. I didn't know how Renmur could possibly know how to train other types of demon slayers to this extent, and for that matter that the methods were so good. Not that it matters. I tried replaying the events that had led up to his change in my head. First he gave me a lunch, so that probably wasn't it. Then he apologized to me for this morning and also politely told me he wasn't going to pursue any sort of relationship beyond friends. That's when I saw everyone else come in and decided to play a little joke, making them think he'd slept with me. After that, but why would he be so angry about me lying about being pregnant? I tried to think of a good reason for a 15-year-old boy to get so angry over that, but couldn't think of anything. After that we used the soul mirrors to find out our affinities. He'd been impatient then, but he was still relatively normal. But then when we had him use the soul mirror, he hadn't reacted at all when he saw a different appearance than his own at all until much later. Then out of nowhere he punched the mirror. Also, was it just me who noticed that it just looked like an older version of himself? He walked away to write down notes, and when he came back he seemed even angrier. He gave us our directions and the job forms for tomorrow, and then started to leave. I called out to him and... That's right, I had called him Ren. The other night when I'd done that he'd pushed me away as well, but this time he'd already been in a bad mood. After that he dripped his arm away and somehow managed to take out all the poisonous essence in my soul realm and transplant at least some of it to Yuji. Then he just left. I didn't see it happen, but apparently he had stormed into Mr. Len's office, demanded Yukihime got to be in the study group, and then left. Nobody had seen him since then. All of this is just so weird. He's never acted this way before. He's always been nothing but a goof-off. I remember when I met him back during primary school. Even then he'd just skated by on the skin of his teeth, never actually applying himself to anything but still passing everything. He was always smiling too, as if he never had a care in the world. I could feel my cheeks warm up. The other night I'd pretended I didn't know who he was, but in reality I'd had my eye on him for years now in a sort of cursory way. I can't believe I did that the other night. If he knew he'd think I was an idiot or something. I opened my eyes and checked the hourglass I'd set up when I went in. All the sand was on the bottom. I stood up, shaking some of the water off of myself. The cold air in the chamber gave me goosebumps. I stopped forging out my soul realm and walked towards the exit. I grabbed one of the towels that was in the hallway and stepped into the cool night air. The stars were already out, shining brightly in the night sky. I guessed it was around 8:30. Wrapping the towel tighter around myself, I headed in the direction of my room, trying to keep myself as warm as possible. Soon it'd be spring, and I'd start my second year at the Slayer Academy. I opened the door to my room and tossed the towel aside. I grabbed some night clothes from the closet before heading to the bathhouse in the next room and started changing. I threw the wet training clothes I'd been wearing all day into a corner and stepped into the bath. After I finished I went straight to bed. I was physically exhausted after expanding my soul realm all day, and I was emotionally exhausted from all the drama that had gone down this morning. As soon as I closed my eyes, I was already dreaming. In the distance, a man walked alone, traveling through deserts and forests, always in solitude. He kept his face covered, but he felt strangely familiar. Behind him hung a spectral shadow, one that seemed to constantly try to drag him down, but each time it set a hand on him, he released some sort of energy and the spectre was repelled. I tried calling out to him, but my voice wouldn't work. I watched as the man's reaction to the spectre's touch became slower and slower, until finally it simply hung off him like another cloak. It was then that another person appeared. They came up to the first man and stuck a knife in his stomach. The first man collapsed. I rushed over to him, but I could already tell that he wasn't going to make it. The assailant ran away after grabbing a book from inside the robes of the dying man. I was suddenly frozen in place, and I watched as the spectral figure that had wrapped itself around the man separated from him. It picked up his body and closed his eyes. Suddenly, it looked over at me and I realized that it was similar to the demon who had made up the second half of Renmur. Its horns weren't as large, and it was missing the sharp facial features that I'd seen on it, but the resemblance was still roughly there. The spectre nodded at me and touched the man's forehead. A pale outline of the man emerged from his body, and the spectre sent the outline towards me. Just as the man's face was close enough for me to see, I woke up. I sat bolt upright in my bed. What the hell was that? I put my hand up to my head, as my eyes started to feel like someone had just jabbed a lance into it. The throbbing pain subsided soon after. I looked around my room, and saw it the same as always. My eye was still operating normally it seemed. I got out of bed and started getting dressed. I could tell by the light streaming into my room that it was just past dawn, and I needed to get to the East District's gate in about 3 hours. The paper with the information for the catacomb exploration had stated that each group needed to show up and check in with the expedition leader by the time the first morning bell rang. I changed into normal clothes and grabbed a spatial storage ring. I assumed I'd need to have something on me that could store anything our group found while we were exploring. My stomach growled for a second, and I realized I hadn't eaten since yesterday, which reminds me, I'll need to return the box that Renmur brought that food in. He probably brought that from home. I walked out of my room and headed to the kitchen, hoping I wouldn't see my family on the way there. I'd rather not have to deal with them, especially when I was about to leave and go on an expedition to explore what was essentially a mass grave formed into a maze. They wouldn't want their precious heir to do anything dangerous. Thankfully, I didn't come across anyone, and I left home without anything happening. I hit the streets and headed out to the East District. It was on the opposite side of the city and probably the only place I hadn't really explored. Well, I'm sure it will be an interesting trip. When I said that to myself, I wasn't exactly expecting my day to go sideways the way it did. Chapter 2. Part 4. My head was throbbing and I could feel something sticky in my hair. I wanted to open my eyes, but even just cracking them let in a flood of light that made the throbbing exponentially worse. I was vaguely aware of the presence of 6 or 7 other people in the room. I couldn't concentrate enough to activate Soul Search, but I could still sense enough to be able to determine that the majority of the people in the room were from the inn. I let out a soft groan and forced my eyes open. I feel like my head was just used as a bell. Everyone gathered shifted in order to face me. The kidnappers from earlier were still in the black clothing, but they had removed whatever was covering their faces. Through the haze still lingering in my vision, I was able to count out the 6 kidnappers, along with an additional person who seemed vaguely familiar. I groggily called out to him, "Professor?" "Hello, Renmur." As my vision cleared, Professor Myra came into better focus. The man next to him, the one who had been the leader of the kidnappers, looked almost identical to him. That explains why I recognize the accent. I'm guessing they're brothers, and if I remember correctly, Professor Myra is from the Lower East District. "Professor Myra, why did you kidnap me?" Myra looked up from whatever he was doing behind his desk and nodded to the group that was stationed around us. Everyone filed out with the exception of his brother, Renmur. "You know that catacombs expedition you signed up for?" "Well, my brother here was the one who first discovered them. And not by accident. You see, I have reason to believe that the catacombs are just the prelude to something much larger." My brother, on the initial look-through, found a wall with an indecipherable inscription on it, one that probably would have remained indecipherable if not for you. The inscription on that wall and the inscription you showed me the other day are from roughly the same time period. Do you see where I'm going with this? You think that since I understood the one inscription from the Moon Empire, I'll understand another? I mean, he isn't entirely wrong. I do understand both of them, but the inscription he's talking about is from the Earthian Empire, the Moon Empire's predecessor. Sir, I told you, I only found that inscription by chance in a book. I could only understand it because the book detailed exactly what the inscription was. That doesn't matter to me. You demonstrated you were very knowledgeable when you let slip that you had simplified the inscription yourself. Shit, I did do that, okay, but why are you looking into that inscription? What exactly do you think is written on that wall? Professor Mara's eyes glimmered, and he looked at his brother again. The brother grinned. I have no idea. As you might know, not much is known about the Moon Empire, other than what we have gleaned from the books of Moon Emperor Jagan, so I can only imagine what exactly is sealed behind an inscription from his time. All I do know is that it's undoubtedly incredibly valuable. You have no idea just how valuable that discovery will be. Anyway, I'll be needing you to come with me to decipher it. What if I don't decipher it for you? Then we'll find a way to convince you, maybe by taking one of your precious friends from that study group, or maybe your little sister might find herself facing a couple of my more rapacious friends on her way home. A stone fell into my stomach, and my mind, which until now had been hazily active, became incredibly clear. I felt my back stiffen and my muscles coiled. I glared at the professor and his brother. If you touch a single hair on any of their heads, I will gut you and your brother like fish, and then force-feed your intestines to one another. Professor Mara jumped to his feet, while his brother narrowed his eyes and calmly reached for something in his pocket. Renmur, I didn't know you had it in you, but Professor Mara walked around his desk and grabbed me by the hair. Suddenly, I felt his soul force its way into my soul realm. I winced and gasped. He was easily 1 or 2 ranks higher than I was. I felt my soul realm fracture from the stress of trying to hold in his power. I simply didn't have the capacity to contain all of his soul power within myself. Luckily he wasn't probing too hard, otherwise he would have noticed by now that there were 8 demons, not including the time demon that was sealed at the roots below. I don't think you know the situation you're in. He grinned cruelly and then used his free hand to beckon his brother over. Mara here will take care of that attitude in just a moment. Are you sure you don't want to take back your words? I glanced in Mara's direction. He'd pulled out a short dagger with a hooked tip, and he was twirling it in his hands. At this point I was gasping from the pain I was experiencing after having my soul realm fractured. Still, I choked out one more sentence. You're going to want to bring your friends back in if you want to live. I highly doubt that. I looked back into Mara's eyes and let my killing intent loose. His eyes widened once more, and he fell backwards. The room suddenly felt much colder, and I could tell that Mara had stopped in his tracks. I used the abyssal bear's power to enlarge my muscles, and I felt the rope snap and let me loose. Both men now faced me. Looking up at the hulking form I'd taken, I let a low growl loose, hoping to intimidate the 2 men into submission. Mara took a step back, moving towards the door the others had left through. Go ahead and get them. I already warned you. It was at this point that Professor realized that something had gone horribly awry. You absorbed it? Question mark while I'd kept him petrified with my bloodlust. I'd snapped off the connection between the soul power he'd forced into me from him. That's right, thanks for the boost. Just one of the many advantages of being able to literally consume other creatures' soul essence. I'd used the soul essence from Professor Mara to repair and expand my own soul realm, and I could tell I was already a rank higher. This is impossible. No one can do that. Not unless they're a demon type? I finished the sentence for him and grinned with my wolfish face, displaying all the fangs in my mouth. But you're just a student. You shouldn't have that kind of power. I leaned forward and spoke practically in a whisper to Mara. I'll let you in on the secret, Professor. I came back from the future. You don't have to believe me, but to prove it, I'll tell you what's behind the seal on the wall at the end of the maze. His jaw slackened and he started to quiver. Behind the sealed wall is the city of the dead. Professor Mara's eyes widened and he opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out was a spurt of blood. I removed my hand from his chest, trying to not get any of his internal organs caught on my claws. Disappear. I pressed my clean hand to his forehead and closed his eyes, before absorbing the entirety of his soul essence. His face turned to ash first, followed shortly by the rest of his body. I muttered to myself, HMPH, only managed to get to gold 4 from that. I looked up and found Mara standing stock still in the same place he'd been when I first transformed. His face was even paler now than it was earlier, and his eyes were blank. Sad that I killed your brother. Good, cause there's a lesson you need to remember from this. I placed a clawed hand on his shoulder and squeezed tightly. Never threaten my family. I removed the hand and turned to walk away, but something stopped me. Mara started to laugh. You finally got rid of him. I don't like the sound of him saying finally. I looked back at Mara and saw he was grinning ear to ear. Thank you, child. Now I don't have that annoying shit holding me back anymore. I can finally use my powers with impunity. I quickly threw out a probe to see what powers he was talking about. When I read his soul, I found only a sea of frothing rage and a single demon. The demon was throwing itself around wildly as if it was attacking 1,000 enemies. That's really not good. Mara was a berserker. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but the demon he'd subjugated and contracted with had the ability to spread the berserk rage to the people around him. I turned back into my human form and rushed over to him. Mara, don't. I was too late. He released his power and I felt my grip on my demon's release. I knew that whichever woke up first would take control, so I used the last of my will to seal the time demon even further. Unfortunately, the one that woke up was the hardest to control, the demon of wrath. The last things I saw and heard was Mara screaming as my powers literally exploded outward. Meanwhile, Layla had already met up Yuji and Kato by the east gate, but Jade, Leo, and Yijin still hadn't shown up. Everyone around us seemed to be waiting with nervous anticipation for the quest to start. Plenty of the people around us were looking at us suspiciously. Well, no wonder. We're a bunch of 15-year-olds about to go on what could possibly be a life-threatening quest to explore a literal maze made of bones. Who wouldn't look at us strangely? I looked back at Yuji and Kato, but their attention was focused on someone in the distance. Kato, what are you looking at? He grunted in reply. So I tried Yuji. Yuji, what? He held up a finger and grunted. I was momentarily shocked, given that most of what I knew about him had been learned in the last 2 days. How rude. I traced his gaze and found what I assumed he was looking at. There was a young woman with a bedraggled appearance chasing after some sort of adventurer. She had clearly been doing this for a while, since whenever someone spotted her they moved away. I wonder what her deal is. Yuji, Kato, keep looking for the others. I'm gonna go see if I can help that lady. The two of them grunted in response and then shrugged. Whatever. I walked towards the woman, pushing my way past the crowd of people in the way. I walked up behind her and tapped her shoulder. Excuse me. She turned around and looked me up and down quickly. A spark of recognition lit in her eyes, and she grabbed my hand. Are you a student from the Demon Slayer Academy? ? I recoiled slightly at her tight grip. You? Yes, I am, thank the heavens. Is she crazy? I was beginning to regret my decision to talk to her when she took her hand away suddenly. I'm deeply sorry, Mom, for grabbing your hand like that, but this is an emergency. Are you friends with the young man named Renmur? I was taken aback by the mention of his name, especially from this older woman. Why are you asking? Her face suddenly fell and I saw her knuckles turn white. Yesterday, some men in black clothes broke into the inn I work at. It's near here, and they demanded that I tell them which room was his. I tried to refuse, but he came downstairs at that moment, and they began to talk. He managed to negotiate with them to release everyone else in the inn in exchange for his cooperation, and while I was leaving he mentioned that he was coming on this expedition with his friends. I think he wanted me to warn you or maybe tell someone about what was happening. I was shocked at this, and entirely suspicious. That just can't be true. It's an outlandish story, but on the off chance it's real. Do you have any proof of this? And why didn't you go to the guards? I was interrupted by the sound of an explosion in the distance. I whipped my head around, trying to find the source of the sound, and saw a gigantic plume of smoke rising in the distance. It was outside the city gates, probably in the Lower East District. The woman who was telling me the story was staring at the explosion. That's what? I shook her gently. That's the direction the people in black took your friend. Her eyes were frozen in fear. Get out of here right now, Auntie. It's not safe. But the young, I'll look for him with my friends. Just go. She nodded and ran off, disappearing into the crowd. No use worrying about whether or not she was telling the truth now. I'm going to have to go over there anyway. I called out to Kato and Yuji, who had apparently managed to find the rest of our little study group. Guys. Come on. Renmur might be over there. Yijin cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted back, So he might be kidnapped, come on. I ran toward the smoke rising in the early morning sky, not checking back to see if everyone else was following as well. I really hope that this isn't something related to Renmur. Chapter 2. Part 5. R.I.P. Tear, burn, kill, 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 kill. I could feel myself moving, but I was stuck somehow. All my limbs felt like they were weighed down by the universe itself. I couldn't open my eyes, but I could sense myself in some sort of black abyss. The only thing that was working was my sense of hearing. I could hear screaming, along with some sort of crashing. I tried moving my fingers, but I only managed a slight twitch. Think. I could remember killing Professor Mara, and then after that my memory became fuzzy. Did I kill him twice? Wasn't there. I jerked myself out of my stupor. I could remember clearly now that Mara had used the Berserker demon's power to get me out of control, and that what had awakened inside of myself was the Wrath demon. I couldn't really tell what was going on, but if my memory served me correctly, I was probably rampaging around the city now. Please, just let me be in an area without too many people. I might be able to wrestle control back in the next few minutes. I just need more time. Switch to Layla. I wasn't sure what to make of the demon that was causing havoc here. It was pitch black, with gnarled horns that pointed straight up in the air, and purplish flames occasionally spurted out from its joints, burning everything it touched. Already several buildings had been turned into smoldering rubble, and the demon showed no signs of even being tired. I looked around, trying to find any survivors. I caught sight of a demon slayer with a red gold plate hanging around his neck. I called out to him, "What is that thing? How strong is it?" The slayer turned towards me. His face was devoid of color, and he looked like it had been drained of blood. I don't. He was shaking in place. Does that mean? Suddenly, Yuji appeared by my side. He nodded towards a collapsed building. Search through the rubble of that place. I'll try talking to this guy. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with him. Looks like he's in a state of shock. I would be too if I couldn't tell that was Renmur. What? Yuji jumped for a second. Could you not tell? How would I be able to tell that was Renmur? It's a giant fucking skeleton monster shooting fire out of its extremities. Did you not read its soul essence? What do you mean read its soul essence? Didn't Renmur include instructions for how to read someone else's soul on the paper he gave you? No. Oh, well, on my paper there were instructions for sending out a little blanket of your soul into your surroundings, and using that to not exactly read other people, but more feel their intentions and stuff. It even gives the basic idea of who or what they are, and how powerful they are. A jet of flame passed next to Yuji, and he brushed it off with a black wall of soul power. Okay, so if you can read his soul, and for that matter tell who it is, how are you sure it's Renmur? There's no way that Renmur is strong enough to terrify Red Gold Slayer into not speaking. I mean, yesterday he was only maybe bronze rank. He's never been that powerful. About that, I can't tell how strong that thing is. It's almost like it's off the charts of our metrics. The best way I can describe it is that I can feel pressure coming off of it that tells me it's strong, but I can't actually sense how much power it has. So you're telling me that thing is not only Renmur, someone who we know, but it's also so strong that you can't even measure its power? Yeah, holy shit, yeah, you. Is there anything else you can tell me about it? I'd need to do a deeper soul search to find out what exactly we're dealing with. How do you do that? I'll need you to defend me so I can concentrate enough to penetrate deep enough inside his soul realm to analyze that thing. Okay, and for how long? Maybe 5 minutes? We're all going to die. I sighed deeply and tried to get my thoughts together. I'll get Leo to help defend you since Renmur told us yesterday that he's a defense type yesterday. You need to find a safe place first though. After that, we're going to need to find a way to save Renmur. Layla. I know, but we're going to try to save him first. The city policy states that anyone who succumbs to their demons should be killed on the spot without exception, but I can already tell he hasn't actually killed any civilians yet. This place was already abandoned by the time we got here, otherwise there'd be more screaming and more people running away. Alright, let's go. Yuji nodded and ran off down an alley, digging a furrow in the ground as he went so we could find him, I guessed. I ran over to the rest of the group and quickly explained the plan to them. Yijin, Jade, and Kato, you guys need to run around and try to find any civilians that need evacuation. I know it seems like this place is abandoned, but you never know for certain. Leo, you're coming with me to defend Yuji in case Renmur's attacks get close. Everyone spoke at once. That thing is Renmur? Yes, I'll explain everything I know later, but can we please just hurry this up? After glancing around at one another for a moment, everyone nodded. Yijin mumbled quietly, he's a dick, but I'm already twice as strong as I was yesterday, so I owe it to him I guess. I clapped him on the shoulder and sent their separate ways. I tapped Leo on the chest. Follow me. I headed off in the direction I came from, finding the alley Yuji went down, and started following the track. Leo was matching my pace, breathing easily. So that's really Renmur? Yeah, I mean, according to Yuji. And you trust him? I don't really have any other options at the moment, Leo. Okay, but outside of this short term, what's your plan for after Yuji does this soul search thing? I don't really know. We just need to try and get him out of that demonic takeover. After that, I couldn't tell you what will happen. You saw him yesterday. He was so angry after he saw his reflection in the soul mirror. Yeah, I was also shocked by what I saw. I mean, he looked almost as old as my dad in that thing, not to mention half of him was some sort of demon. Let's be honest, Leo, none of us were just shocked by what we saw. We were all scared of him. There were 8 other demons behind him, and we only knew about the wolf. Yeah. I guess you're right, if I'm honest with myself. I wasn't just scared, I was disgusted with what I saw. It was like he was no longer human in my mind. I sighed deeply. I'd had the same thoughts, but I'd managed to shove them away temporarily. But now, I wasn't so sure I could continue believing in him. This incident really drove home the idea that he might not be entirely human. Hey, the tracks stop here. Looks like he jumped up. I looked up at the roof of the building in front of us, and saw some handprints and a deep gouge where I assumed his foot had impacted on the wall. Up we go then. I mustered my strength and jumped, clawing at the lip of the roof. I felt a strong hand grab my forearm and I was pulled up and over the edge. Thanks. I looked up and found myself facing someone who wasn't Yuji. Professor Myra? Wrong. He threw me over to the other side of the building, and my back impacted on the short wall. On my way flying across, I'd glimpsed Yuji lying on the floor facing me, with his arms tied behind his back. The sudden collision knocked the wind out of me, but I knew I needed to warn Leo. I heard him call out, "Everything okay up there?" I wheezed once, then twice, gulping in air. "Come guys?" The man who looked like Professor Myra was making his way over to me. I concentrated harder, trying to get my voice to come back. "Oh, I'm coming up." The Myra lookalike was almost right next to me. I took in one last breath and then shouted with all my might, "Leo! Someone else is here." I was cut off when the Myra lookalike grabbed me by the throat and started tightening his grip. "Little lady, why'd you go and do that? I wasn't going to kill you, but now I have to." He was smiling sympathetically, but his eyes displayed a cold, hard light that told me he wasn't someone who was telling the truth. My vision started to go black as I clawed at the hands around my throat. Out of the corner of my eye I saw a dark shape claw its way onto the roof, and then I heard a voice ring out, "Festung." The pressure on my neck released suddenly, and I dropped to the ground. I watched as Leo was enveloped in a black aura for half a second, and then it disappeared. He charged forward, shaking the ground beneath his feet, and bowled straight into my would-be murderer. He grabbed the man in a full-on tackle, giving me the brief impression of watching an elephant ram into a small tree. The two fell to the ground, eliciting a soft gasp from both parties. Leo raised his fists and put them together, bring them down on his opponent's head like a club. There was a sickening crack, and then Leo stood up and ran over to my side. Hey, you still with me? I nodded slowly. Okay, good. I need to go check on Yuji. Catch your breath. I nodded again and tried to lie down in a more comfortable position. My neck was burning and my lungs were still screaming for air, but every breath I drew in relieved them somewhat. The blackness in my vision faded away, and I finally pushed myself to my feet. I looked at Leo and Yuji, hoping that Yuji was okay. His dark eyes were still a little glazed over, but as he shook his head, I could tell he was going to be fine. In the distance I could still hear Renmur raging around, collapsing and burning buildings, but there were also some shouts and incantations interspersed within it. I stumbled over to Leo's side and put my hand on his shoulder to support myself. Dude, where did you learn that? Learn what? That thing where you shouted, oh, that, on the paper Renmur gave me. He told me that I would be suited to reinforcement type incantations. After we went our separate ways I went through the library and found that the word I shouted translates to fortress and is supposed to grant the caster a strengthened body, both in endurance and physical abilities. I had Yijin hit me with one of the wind elemental spells he found and I walked away with no injuries. How strong do you think it is? The book said that even at the lower levels you can survive getting a building dropped on you. Haven't tried that out though. Yuji coughed and looked at the two of us. If you're done talking shop, we should probably get started before Renmur destroys anything else. Leo grinned sheepishly. Sorry, it's fine. Anyway, when I do this, I'm going to be practically immobile. You might be able to move me, but I won't be able to move myself, and you might need to do that, since I'm pretty sure that Renmur will be able to sense me probing around in there, and that's almost guaranteed to piss him off more. How are we supposed to defend you then? You said that thing was stronger than you could even measure? I don't know about Leo, but I only got through silver. Leo raised his eyebrows at this. Silver? Weren't you barely bronze rank the other day? I was, but with the training regimen I got, it was almost like I was drawing in the energy from the very air around me the entire time. Makes sense, I guess. I'm at silver 2 now, so I'm pretty much in the same boat. Yuji piped up. You two will be fine. I know that I said that the demon's power was immeasurable, but it's also being held back by something, whether that's Renmur exerting control over it or it just no being able to release its power for some reason. I don't know. Whatever it is, it just means that if you pour all your energy into defense, you should be okay. Should? Leo, I'm operating off of pure guesswork at this point. That, he pointed to Renmur, defies all sorts of logic, so shut up and work with me. The two of us were surprised by this little outburst, especially myself, because Yuji had always sort of just been quietly standing in the background. This assertiveness was entirely new. Damn kid, calm down. Yuji grunted unapologetically and then closed his eyes. His brow furrowed and his jaw tightened, giving off the distinct image of a constipated child. Evidently his soul search or whatever worked, because shortly after, an earth-shattering roar rang out and the flaming skeleton that was Renmur turned towards. It glowered at us and opened its jaws. Inside of that gaping maw I saw what was possibly the very definition of hell. Sharp fangs glimmered in the early morning light, contrasting starkly with the purple flames that were constantly spewing from within. It suddenly reared back, and I immediately recalled something Mr. Len had taught us earlier this year. Class, I want you to remember this, as it may save your lives in the field one day. He pointed to the board, where he'd drawn 3 different demon beasts, a cobra, a lion-type chimera, and a dragon. When a creature can spit some sort of attack at you, be it fire, as in the case of the dragon and the chimera, or venom with the cobra, I want you to remember that if it leans back, or stands up on its hind legs, that is the signal that it is preparing to perform a breath attack. I'm not entirely sure why it does this, but I would guess so that it can give itself an extra bit of clearance in order to not burn its own body, though in the case of the cobra, it may be to build pressure to eject the venom. In any case, when these beasts do that, move to the sides, out of the line of fire. Leo, I'm on it. No, we need to mow. I was cut off by Leo planting both feet on the ground, cracking the floor and sending me toppling over. He put his arms in front of himself and shouted the same thing he had earlier. Festung. A black aura poured out of him and began assembling itself in the shape of a castle wall. I jumped behind it and drew Yuji as far to the middle as I could as well. Through the opaque black aura I saw the flames spew forth in almost a straight line. They tore through the stone buildings like paper and turned it all to lava. I closed my eyes as it drew closer and closer to the wall, waiting for my fiery demise, but it didn't come. I cracked an eye open and saw Leo standing there, pouring energy into the wall, trying to repair any cracks that formed and expanding it to fully protect against the flames lapping across its edges. Leo was sweating heavily already, and it wasn't just from the incredible heat from the fires. I placed a hand on his back and poured my own power into his, multiplying his strength. Even with that boost, I could tell that he was losing power at an incredible rate, but still, he withstood it. After what seemed like an eternity, the torrent of flames died off, leaving us standing in a cone of solid stone, surrounded by molten lava. Leo dropped to one knee and then released the barrier. The man who had tried to kill us was gone, probably incinerated by the flames. I summoned a bit of water and tried to disperse it around us in order to cool off the lava and turn it to stone. The steam cloud obscured my vision momentarily, but it quickly dispersed quickly. Through the haze, I saw the skeletal figure's jaw close, and it looked at us inquisitively. Seeing that we were still alive, it narrowed its eyes and roared again, sweeping an arm across the surrounding area and scattering rubble everywhere. Leo, you need to recover quickly. I think we just pissed it off even more. How can you tell? It's running towards us on all fours. What in seven hells is that thing even supposed to be? I hadn't really been able to tell earlier, since the light wasn't good and since it had been obscured partially by several buildings, but now that Renmur was bearing down on me, I saw the entire form of the demon. So far I'd been describing it as skeletal, but now I realized that it wasn't skeletal so much as it was bone-plated. The face was vaguely draconic, and the horns I'd spotted earlier were spiraled. The body was composed partially of the same bony plates as the face, but more of it was made of the same purplish flame that it spurted forth at the joins. It seemed to be able to switch between being on 4 legs and 2 legs easily, and it had sharp claws on each hand. 2 wings made of fire sprouted from the back, and the vague outline of black bone could be seen around the border of it. Everything about it just seemed angry. It was like the entire demon was made for harm. I focused back in on the present and tried to think of what to do. Leo had recovered somewhat, but I doubted he'd be able to pull off another incantation for any extended period of time. I looked around, hoping that inspiration would strike me, but there was nothing. Come on. I need a plan. Suddenly, the wind whistled loudly, and I saw a crescent-shaped block of wind cut through the smoke and crash into Renmur's face from the side. Hey ya big shit. I looked towards the source of the sound and found Yijin standing on top of a building to my front left. Renny, you ain't forgotten about me, have you now? Yijin threw another air blade at Renmur, this time cutting into his side. Renmur halted his forward progress and turned towards the insect that had just injured it. A low rumble filled the air, followed shortly by a long howl that shook the ground I was standing on. Oi, Layla. Me and Kato will keep him distracted. Jade says she's got something that'll knock the big bastard down. What do you mean she has a plan? ? You'll see. Yijin jumped off the rooftop and disappeared down an alleyway, running in the opposite direction. Occasionally a burst of white flame would hit Renmur from the other side, goading him away. He soon began chasing after Yijin and Kato. What could Jade be planning though? I distributed more water around us, trying to keep the encroaching lava at bay. Leo slowly regained his breath, and then stood next to me, watching as our friends battled against a literal colossus. In a low voice, Leo broke the silence. You still sure you want to save Renmur? What does that mean, Leo? He turned to face me. Layla, I don't think you realize exactly what's going on here. Your friend has, in the course of the past 2 days, proven himself to be extremely dangerous to both us and other people. We're lucky he hasn't killed someone, and the only reason we know that is because this area is abandoned. But what if this happened in the middle of the city? Yuji said that thing is holding back, and yet when I was holding a shield against it, I almost died. Even now I can barely feel my own soul essence. But besides all of that, there's still the matter of him being able to turn into something like this in the first place. A red gold was literally shaking in his boots just from looking at him, and if I remember correctly from the soul mirror, he has at least 7 other demons sealed within himself, and that isn't even counting the one that was literally shown to be half of him. I don't care if he's well-intentioned, the mere fact that he has this kind of power poses a threat to every single person in Bastion. I slapped him. Leo, you have absolutely no right to speak about him like that. You and Yijin have been hurting him for years. Have you already forgotten about the fact that the two of you beat him half to death last year? Leo abruptly shut his mouth and cast his eyes towards his feet, shifting uncomfortably. But I get it. I do. Something changed in him these last couple days. He isn't like he used to be. He's been more detached and angrier than I think we've ever seen him, but he's also shown himself to be kind in the last couple days. Case in point, even though he must hate you with every fiber of his being, he still recognized that you and Yijin had an inner strength and gave you a way to become stronger. We just need to get him to see that as well. That deep down, he's a good person. Leo scowled even deeper and kicked at the ground. Whatever. I smiled slightly and looked to the sky for a moment. Funny how even with all the chaos going on down here on Earth, the stars look so peaceful. I felt my brow furrow. Stars? Isn't it? I remembered what Yijin had told me. Jade says she has a plan. Oh shit, what? Leo, start constructing a barrier, one that creates a dome. Why? I think Jade is about to call down a celestial attack. Leo's eyes widened. You mean like? Yes, dear gods. Leo started constructing another barrier, starting from the top and going down. What about Kato and Yijin? Acting on instinct, I called out to the two, who were still engaged in battle. I used a bit of soul essence to amplify my voice. Yijin, Kato, get back to US. I think Jade is going to try a celestial drop. You need to get under Leo's barrier. The flashes of fire and wind stopped abruptly, and in the distance I heard a faint voice call out, "Oh come on." The two completely stopped their attack and I assumed they were running back towards us, since Renmur abruptly turned around and began running towards us. In the sky, I could see a gold light begin to form around the stars, condensing. This isn't going to end well. I nervously watched as Yijin and Kato came into view, Renmur hot on their heels. The sky continued getting brighter and brighter, and high above, I saw a small black speck in the center of the 7 stars that were brightening. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's Jade. Kato and Yijin jumped into the dome that Leo was erecting. I shouted to everyone inside, guys, we need to pour all our energy into Leo so he can strengthen the barrier. I think that Renmur is going to get here before Jade finishes the incantation. Renmur was only 1 block away, and he was already raising an arm. Hurry. Everyone grabbed onto Leo and started pouring in their power. The dome quickly formed now, and it completely closed less than a moment later. A second barrier formed outside of the dome we were in, and then a third. Suddenly, I heard the sound of glass shattering as Renmur's gigantic arm came crashing through the first level of defenses. I saw the second level crack, but our combined power managed to just barely keep it from completely breaking. Finally, I heard Jade begin the last lines of the incantation. I call upon the heavens as the source of power, like the tiger's mighty fury. Bring down your might upon this. Yuji suddenly sat up and screamed, don't let her do this. He was cut off by the sound of the sky tearing apart. Everything turned to black and white, and then just white. The second barrier completely broke, and the final dome began to fracture. I could hear Renmur roaring in pain and anger, but other than that, all sound was gone. After what seemed like an eternity, the light faded away and my vision returned to normal. I checked around me and saw that everyone was still with me. There was a single, thin sheet of soul essence spread directly above us, and even now, it was slowly fading away. In the distance I saw Jade slowly float to the ground, before hopping across the ruined buildings to stand beside us. That was awesome. I can't believe that after like a day of training I was able to perform the Heavenly Rupture spell. Dad said it took him years to be able to use it. Jade was excitedly bouncing up and down, up until exhaustion caught up with her. A soft "oh" escaped her mouth and then she fell into Kato's arms. He held her up and then quickly planted a soft kiss on her forehead. That was totally awesome, babe. Yijin rolled his eyes and turned towards Yuji. So why were you saying that Jade shouldn't do that incantation? Yuji just glowered and pointed behind him, because that, if the flames on Renmur had looked sinister before, now they were positively malicious. They had turned blood red, along with the bone plates that constituted the majority of his body. Even though it was just a slightly draconic face, it communicated nothing but pure hatred. I found out that that thing, or rather that demon, is Renmur's demon of wrath. It feeds directly on other people's power and absorbs it, even more so than a regular demon type can. It can literally turn its own pain and anger into more power, so you can imagine what it just drew out of the impact of having the heavens dropped on it. As if to prove a point, Ren roared again, and this time, it was much more powerful. An earthquake shook the building to its very core, and everyone struggled to keep their footing. A jet of red flame arced forward in the sky, tearing a hole in the clouds that had formed, and painting the sky orange. That reminds me, that particular demon is a celestial rank. When it was still purple, or rather, when Renmur was still partially in control of it, he had it limited to a Cataclysm class, but now that we've given it a snack and a power boost in the form of Jade's spell, it's back to being a celestial being. Kaito looked at Yuji, worry forming in his eyes. Does that mean? Yes, that means that we've just unleashed one of the most powerful demons in our known history. Well, what now? We run. Kaito switched from holding Jade in his arms to carrying her on his back, and he quickly leapt from the building. Yijin picked up Leo and did the same, followed closely by Yuji and I. Renmur let loose another earth-shaking roar, and the building we'd just been standing on collapsed. I looked behind me and watched as he crushed a building with one hand. He'd now grown to be over 40 feet tall, and I could feel the heat even from the incredible distance between us. Kaito called back to us over his shoulder, hopefully the buildings will slow him down. He's too big to follow us down these alleyways. Kaito's hopes were shattered almost as soon as the words left his lips, as Renmur literally ran through a building behind us, leaving a gigantic molten hole in his wake. He was quickly gaining on us. We need to speed up. I doubled the amount of soul essence I was putting in my legs, but I was running on fumes. At most I had enough to reach the walls of Bastion, and then what do we do? He'll break through that and burn down the entire city once he gets in. We're all doomed. I looked up and found myself staring at the gate to the city. It was sealed tightly, and Kaito's pleas weren't being answered. He kept asking for them to open the gate, but all they were met with was silence. Kaito, I'm not letting us die out here. He desperately started to beat on the door, but he didn't have the strength to so much as put a scratch on them. Everyone's eyes slowly lowered as the reality of the situation hit. We're going to die. We're going to die by our own friends' hands. I turned around to face my fate, and found myself confronted with his face already within 10 feet of me. His jaws opened and I saw the beginnings of the same breath attack form. I grabbed the hand of Yuji, and he grabbed Yijin's, who grabbed Leo's, and finally, Leo took Yijin's hand, while still holding Jade in his arms. We closed our eyes and waited for it all to end, but it didn't come. Instead, I found myself listening to a haunting, yet familiar song. My love, my fearless love. Time may slow, winds may blow, my heart may stop, but you will never die, my love. My love, do not say goodbye, please do not leave my side, my love. My love, do not fear the night, stay the light, for you will never die. I opened my eyes slowly and saw something incredible. Someone was standing in front of the flames that were spewing out of his mouth, and they were holding it back with one hand. The torrent of fire came to a halt, and Renmur peered at the person standing in front of him. Slowly, the color of Renmur's flames turned blue, and he lowered his head to the person in front of us. I squinted and tried to see who was standing there, but the blue light was too harsh. I moved a hand to shield my eyes, and watched as the flames died out. Slowly, Renmur's form shrank and changed shape, turning more and more into something human, until finally what stood before us was simply a demonoid. The face remained bone-plated, along with the body, but now the draconic elements and the sharp spikes and claws had retreated. He stood before the person who had sang, who I now realized was a woman with black hair, and slowly stepped towards her. He huffed slightly, letting out 2 small jets of flame from his nostrils. He stopped just in front of the woman and slowly closed his eyes. Extinguishing the blue fires, she placed one hand on his chest, and another on his cheek. He slightly huffed again, leaning his head into her hand. She used the hand on his chest to trace up his body and neck to his other cheek, briefly brushing her thumb across one of his horns. "Oh, Ren." Renmur let out a sound close to a whimper. "Ren. I'm so sorry, please come back to your friends, they need you." He turned his and opened his eyes, looking at us slowly. I saw the flames in his eyes dim as he noticed the burns and injuries on each person, and the center of the flame flicked away momentarily. He looked back at the black-haired woman and closed his eyes again, rubbing against her hand. His form slowly burned away, and despite everything, I felt as if the departure of this particular version of the demon communicated nothing but sadness. While this was happening, the woman turned around, and I was faced with someone I knew, but they weren't the same as I'd last seen them. "Yukaiheim?" She nodded and regarded us with misty eyes. "I don't belong everyone, but I have to ask you something." I was the first to reply. "Anything, then please. Take care of Ren for me. He has carried the weight of his sins alone for far too long. Even now, when he finally has the chance to prevent them, he is still haunted by the visions of his past." She smiled sadly. "Well, perhaps it would be better to say his future." The older version of Yukihime bowed to us, and I saw a single tear fall to the ground. "Please, I beg of you all." It seemed impossible, but her body slowly faded away, becoming translucent. She looked back up at us one last time, and, with tears in her eyes, smiled brightly at us. "I wish you all the best of luck in the future." And then she was gone. The only trace of her that was left of her was the imprint of her feet in the grass, and a single white flower slowly drifting to the ground. It settled in Renmur's outstretched hand on the ground, and his fingers slowly closed around it. A choked sob came from him, and he started to shake. A slow moan leaked out, slowly turning into a full-throated wail. "Please. Don't go, don't go, don't leave me again." Tears fell freely from his eyes and coalesced into a puddle next to his face. "Please." After those final words, he abruptly stopped, falling into a deep sleep. I felt a pang in my heart, and despite myself, I thought of something. Would he ever weep for me like that? I clutched my chest and tried to ease the pain in my heart. A soft tap on my shoulder told me that we needed to leave. I saw Yijin pick up Renmur, and he slowly walked through the now open gates. No one questioned us, and it seemed like no one had seen what just transpired, only knowing that the large demon that had been rampaging earlier had disappeared. All of our eyes only were locked firmly on the ground as we began to head to the home of the Iron Wolves, where hopefully, we might get answers. Chapter 3. Part 1. We were all gathered in Renmur's room. When we had arrived, his mum had taken one look at us and then ushered us inside. Yijin had put Renmur on his bed, and now we were waiting. It had been almost 6 hours since everything had ended, and Renmur still showed no signs of waking up. I wasn't sure if he was exhausted physically, emotionally, or mentally. In any case, he was sleeping deeply. Though he seemed to be troubled by something, he was tossing and turning, and occasionally a soft whimper could be heard. While we'd been waiting, we'd talked quietly amongst ourselves while avoiding any topics remotely related to what we'd seen and experienced. Kato and Jade were reminiscing about old memories with Renmur, while Yijin and Leo whispered quietly with one another. Yuji was sitting in a corner of the room cultivating solescence, off in his own world. I sighed deeply and tried to think of something that I could do. Renmur's still out cold, and there's no sign of him waking up anytime soon. I barely know anyone here, so what should I do? It was only now hitting me, but I realized that Renmur had really invited me out of the blue. We had never really spoken, even if I had wanted to, but the other night when he'd seen me, he'd immediately helped, despite me being a stranger to him. Everyone else here didn't really know me. I looked back over at Yuji, and a realization struck me. Maybe I can do that thing he was talking about earlier. Plus it's not like I have anything better to do. I checked my surroundings once more and then leaned back into the wall, relaxing my back. I wanted to be as comfortable as possible when I tried to do this, since I suspected a part of it came from the Chapter 3. We were all gathered in Renmur's room. When we had arrived, His mum had taken one look at us and then ushered us inside. Yijin had put Renmur on his bed, and now we were waiting. It had been almost 6 hours since everything had ended, and Renmur still showed no signs of waking up. I wasn't sure if he was exhausted physically, emotionally, or mentally. In any case, he was sleeping deeply. Though he seemed to be troubled by something, he was tossing and turning, and occasionally a soft whimper could be heard. While we'd been waiting, we'd talked quietly amongst ourselves while avoiding any topics remotely related to what we'd seen and experienced. Kato and Jade were reminiscing about old memories with Renmur, while Yijin and Leo whispered quietly with one another. Yuji was sitting in a corner of the room cultivating solescence, off in his own world. I sighed deeply and tried to think of something that I could do. Renmur's still out cold, and there's no sign of him waking up anytime soon. I barely know anyone here, so what should I do? It was only now hitting me, but I realized that Renmur had really invited me out of the blue. We had never really spoken, even if I had wanted to, but the other night when he'd seen me, he'd immediately helped, despite me being a stranger to him. Everyone else here didn't really know me. I looked back over at Yuji, and a realization struck me. Maybe I can do that thing he was talking about earlier. Plus it's not like I have anything better to do. I checked my surroundings once more and then leaned back into the wall, relaxing my back. I wanted to be as comfortable as possible when I tried to do this, since I suspected a part of it came from the chapter 3. We were all gathered in Renmur's room. When we had arrived, his mum had taken one look at us and then ushered us inside. Yijin had put Renmur on his bed, and now we were waiting. It had been almost 6 hours since everything had ended, and Renmur still showed no signs of waking up. I wasn't sure if he was exhausted physically, emotionally, or mentally. In any case, he was sleeping deeply. Though he seemed to be troubled by something, he was tossing and turning, and occasionally a soft whimper could be heard. While we'd been waiting, we'd talked quietly amongst ourselves while avoiding any topics remotely related to what we'd seen and experienced. Kato and Jade were reminiscing about old memories with Renmur, while Yijin and Leo whispered quietly with one another. Yuji was sitting in a corner of the room cultivating solescence, off in his own world. I sighed deeply and tried to think of something that I could do. Renmur's still out cold, and there's no sign of him waking up anytime soon. I barely know anyone here, so what should I do? It was only now hitting me, but I realized that Renmur had really invited me out of the blue. We had never really spoken, even if I had wanted to. But the other night when he'd seen me, he'd immediately helped, despite me being a stranger to him. Everyone else here didn't really know me. I looked back over at Yuji, and a realization struck me. Maybe I can do that thing he was talking about earlier. Plus it's not like I have anything better to do. I checked my surroundings once more and then leaned back into the wall, relaxing my back. I wanted to be as comfortable as possible when I tried to do this, since I suspected a part of it came from the Kato and Jade jumped at the chance, leaving the room first, followed shortly by Yuji, who had simply shrugged in reply. Leo and Yijin sheepishly made their way out the door, clearly not expecting the mother of the main target of their torment to be so kind to them. I took one last glance at Renmur before leaving, and for a moment, I felt as if I was being watched. I quickly turned away and left, following Renmur's mum to the kitchen. As we passed through the halls, I saw on one side of the hallway that there was another bedroom, and inside was a little girl. Runner, dinner time. The girl looked up out the door and spotted me. Big sis Layla. She jumped off her bed and ran up to me, hugging me around the waist. Big sis? She really likes you, not sure why. I looked at Runner and ruffled her hair. Come on little sister, I'll carry you to the dinner table, yay. I bent down, let Runner clamber up my back, and once she had her little arms wrapped around my neck, I stood back up. Renmur's mum laughed slightly, and then continued on down the hall. Soon, we were at the dining table, which had evidently been moved in to accommodate a larger group, and I let down Runner. She ran over to a chair with a slightly raised seat and sat down. Everyone else was already seated, so I took the open seat near the head of the table. There was an empty chair across from me, but I assumed it was for Renmur's father. Everyone sat quietly while food was delivered to the table. This quietness set the mood for the rest of the dinner. since no one really talked other than to ask for a plate of something to be passed or for one of the spiced dishes to be handed over. After everyone finished, Renmur's mum spoke up. I know you all have questions and concerns about what's happening with Renmur, and you are more than likely wondering what exactly he is, and as his mother, I would also have those same questions if I didn't really know what was going on. Even now I still wonder, but if you are willing to listen, I can tell you what I know. She gracefully folded her fingers and looked at each of us individually, and then leaned back in her chair. Everyone looked around nervously, trying to gauge the other's reaction. I saw in their eyes hints of fear and suspicion, but above it all, they were determined. As a group, we nodded our assent. Renmur's mum smiled slightly, and then leaned back forward. Runner, why don't you go look after your brother for a bit? But mama, no buts. Renmur needs someone strong and capable to take care of him, and I think you're the strongest one here. Runner's eyes brightened and she started giggling. Yeah. She ran out of the room, practically slamming the door on her way out. The rest of you may leave as well. The two servants in the room bowed their heads and exited, closing the door and locking it with a soft click. Now then, before I start, I want you all to promise you'll believe every word I say. This story is outlandish, and it will more than likely not make sense, but you need to hear it. Renmur has a way to prove it, but given the state he's in, I doubt even if he remembered how to do it, he would use it, though after the day you've all had, I wonder if perhaps this will be a bit more acceptable. Everyone looked around the table again and then nodded to me. We accept. Good. Then let me start by saying, the Renmur you know, and the Renmur that is asleep in the other room are two distinct people. What does that mean? It means that up until 2 days ago, you were interacting with my son, Renmur, but, 2 days ago, the demon Renmur woke up. I don't mean that as in he is a demon beast or even the sufferer of an inner demon manifesting itself. What I mean is that 2 days ago, my son ceased to exist and was replaced with the consciousness of a man forged from the fusion of a time wraith's and a demon slayer's power. He is, in a sense, the first half-human half-demon existence in existence. Do not mistake me as meaning he is no longer human. He is as human as you or I. However, his soul is directly tied to that of a demon, one that serves as the roots of his power, and I mean that in the most literal sense of the word. Yi Jin interrupted. Is that why when we saw him in the soul mirror half of his body was a demon? Yes, but why did he look so much older than he does now? He's only 15, right? So how could his soul reflect him as being almost 30? That's the next part of the story, or rather, the origin of it. Do you remember how I said his power came from a time wraith and a demon slayer's powers? Well, that happens almost 7 years from now, according to Renmur's account of the events. 4 years from now, everyone here, Yi Jin and Leo excluded, you all graduate from the Demon Slayer Academy and find your jobs as hunters, city guards, and family heads. Leo and Layla become their family heads. Jade and Kaito marry and serve as hunters. Yi Jin becomes Renmur's partner in the city guard, and Yuji, you become a gatekeeper for the South Wall. Unfortunately, in the next year, a cataclysm-class horde of demon beasts breaches the city walls, and the city falls. I, along with my family, die in the initial onslaught and are buried in the ruins of this manor. Leo, Kaito, and Yi Jin die as well, and ultimately, less than 10,000 people survive. After that, I won't bother to mention what happens, as it doesn't particularly matter in this context. However, during this 2-year gap, Renmur reconnected and married your friend, Yukai Haim. Kaito smirked slightly at this and exchanged a knowing look with Jade. It's not quite there, but I told you that it would take Renmur being the last man on the planet to get Yuki Himei to marry him. The lucky bastard. Renmur's mother suddenly looked down and stiffened. When she looked back up, her gaze had stiffened. Yes, well, that lucky bastard would come to regret ever having laid eyes on her. You see, part of the way through the 2nd year traveling across the continent in a caravan of refugees, Renmur found himself to be an expectant father. Unfortunately for him, this brief bit of happiness was ripped from his grasp almost immediately. The single event that defines his very being, what created the person who has stood before you for the past 2 days, is the moment that he woke up in a pool of his wife and unborn child's blood, surrounded by the corpses of almost 1,000 of his own people. all of whom had been slain by his own hand. An audible gasp reverberated throughout the room. Kato and Jade jumped out of their seats, while Yushin, Leo, and Yuji all cringed and closed their eyes, shaking their heads. I shut my eyes and hugged myself, trying to keep the tears from falling. Please. Tell me that's not true, don't let that be true. Kato looked up at Renmur's mother, shaking his head, pleading for her to take it back. She once more hardened her gaze, blinking the tears out of her eyes. I think I told you at the beginning of this that everything I am telling you is the truth. Her voice cracked and a single tear fell down her face. I knew that she hadn't experienced this personally, and yet I could tell that as a mother, she felt the pain of her son losing everything he cared about more acutely than any of us would ever understand. Kato quietly took his seat again, followed shortly by Jade. The reason for this slaughter was that he had tried to defend everyone from the time wraith I mentioned earlier. In his efforts to save everyone, he was struck by the time wraith, and through some unknown means, it imparted a portion of its power in Renmur's soul realm, causing the sudden development of a time demon. Its awakening is what caused the death of Yukihime and so many others. Renmur may be a demon type, but the control of your demons, as you know, is reliant on your own power and your mental subjugation. But in the case of the time demon, it was born and activated in less than an instant, and it was tied directly Renmur's soul. So, he was consumed by his own demon, and left to face the consequences alone. Worse still, in order to survive, he had to draw on the power of the very same demon that had destroyed everything he cared about in order to survive. He traveled the world on his own, and discovered that using the time demon's power, he could freeze time relative to himself, living in a world where he was the only thing that moved. He trained for the equivalent of hundreds of years, yet when he released the time demon's power, not even a moment had passed in the world around him. She paused briefly and drank some water. After it was half empty, she set the glass down and resumed her story, and so it went for almost a decade. In his travels he discovered a page from a book that detailed how to step outside of space and time. Renmur followed the instructions he found and stepped out of our reality. In this space, he found several more pages of the book, guided by the time demon. Soon he found out that some of the pages were scattered throughout our reality, and he returned, though, unknown to him at the time, he had accidentally stepped 100 years into the past. He collected all but the last page of the book. We all sat in shocked silence, trying to comprehend what we'd just been told. The person who had been working with us in just the past 2 days wasn't the same person he had been 3 days before, and for that matter, he was at least on a mental level, thousands of years older than us. I stared into my hands, thinking back on the events of the last 2 days. Suddenly a lot of things are making sense. He was able to write an inscription from a lost age and implement it, and he knew how to help me just from a cursory glance. Add all that to the things he knew to teach us and how he managed to provide a specialized training regimen that's catapulted all of us ahead in our power. It's amazing we didn't treat it with more curiosity. I realized I'd been clutching at the fabric of my clothes, turning my knuckles white, when Jade finally spoke up. Mom, just how do you know this? Renmur's mum smiled softly and cocked her head. I know all this because Renmur told me, a long time ago, back when you were all children. Do you remember when Renmur disappeared from your lives for a bit? I nodded my head. When that happened, it was because Renmur had accidentally stepped back into our time, though he most likely doesn't remember doing so. You see, in the timescape that he was able to access, it is possible to step into the past and the future. Renmur managed to slip through a crack and step back into his body when he was 8 years old. At first, we had thought he was delusional. I mean, an 8-year-old telling us of a cataclysm that would happen when he was 20. Of course we couldn't believe him, but then he told us things he shouldn't have been able to know. She momentarily looked at her hands and flexed her fingers, almost as if she was remembering the feeling of something. We didn't really have any option other than to believe him at that point. He told us everything he knew, and during the year he was left in seclusion, he started writing inside the temporal space. You see, time. At least according to the Historia of Time, the book Renmur was reconstructing, is set up in a rather strange way. The past is set in stone, but the future and the present are like a river, ever changing. Going by this logic, You can't change the past, but you can change the future. But can you change the future while you're in the past? That was the question he struggled to answer. Jade interrupted again. Wait, so you're telling us that time travel is not only possible, but Renmur has already done it twice? Yes, my dear, time travel is possible, and Renmur has not only done it once, he's done it hundreds of times. The answer he found to his question, of how to change the future while remaining in that set-in-stone past, was to manipulate something in the temporal space and then place it inside of our reality. As I already told you, the temporal space does not exist within our reality, so people, objects, and monsters that are created within it are not affected by most of the rules I've described. However, the issue arises that a person born within our universe cannot escape all the effects of a time wraith's corrections, so more often than not, the wraith simply erases the memory of the people who have been subjected to these changes in the past in order to keep them from enacting any more changes. That is why Renmur does not remember coming to the past before, nor will he ever, and the way he changed the past when he was younger was writing down his own experiences within the temporal space, and then placing the book in a place only he could find it. Since the book was created outside of our reality, it was not erased, and since it was not erased, we can enact changes with it, and hopefully, we can change Renmur's future. She leaned back and crossed her legs, and a small glimmer lit her eyes. I looked around the table and found everyone was wearing a determined expression. Any suspicion that had been in their eyes was long gone. I turned to face Renmur's mother. So, where do we start? She opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by an unexpected voice. We start by having all of you stay out of it. We turned towards the sound of the voice, and found Renmur, leaning against the door. He raised his eyebrows at us and then turned towards his mother. Mum, I don't think you quite understand just how serious those implications you had are. I also don't think any of you know just what it means to oppose the flow of time. He was glowering at all of us, daring us to challenge him. He abruptly stood up from the wall and walked over, placing his hands down at the end of the table opposite from his mother. Let me start off by filling in some gaps my mother seems to have forgotten to mention. For one thing, the time wraiths have some sort of radius around them that kills anyone who comes within it instantly. For that matter, time wraiths are faster and stronger than anyone in this city. They are easily within the upper celestial ranks of power, something that none of you could hope to match in this lifetime, much less the 4 odd years we have left until the cataclysm-class horde that set all this off. I could have prevented the horde, but now we've royally screwed ourselves over, and everything I've just done is irrelevant. What do you mean? Well, considering the fact that my mother just up and revealed half of the secrets of time, there should be a wraith coming to wipe the determined expression. Any suspicion that had been in their eyes was long gone. I turned to face Renmur's mother. So, where do we start? She opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by an unexpected voice. We start by having all of you stay out of it. We turned towards the sound of the voice, and found Renmur, leaning against the door. He raised his eyebrows at us and then turned towards his mother. Mum, I don't think you quite understand just how serious those implications you had are. I also don't think any of you know just what it means to oppose the flow of time. He was glowering at all of us, daring us to challenge him. He abruptly stood up from the wall and walked over, placing his hands down at the end of the table opposite from his mother. Let me start off by filling in some gaps my mother seems to have forgotten to mention. For one thing, the time wraiths have some sort of radius around them that kills anyone who comes within it instantly. For that matter, time wraiths are faster and stronger than anyone in this city. They are easily within the upper celestial ranks of power, something that none of you could hope to match in this lifetime, much less the 4 odd years we have left until the cataclysm-class horde that set all this off. I could have prevented the horde, but now we've royally screwed ourselves over, and everything I've just done is irrelevant. What do you mean? Well, considering the fact that my mother just up and revealed half of the secrets of time, there should be a wraith coming to wipe the determined expression. Any suspicion that had been in their eyes was long gone. I turned to face Renmur's mother. So, where do we start? She opened her mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by an unexpected voice. We start by having all of you stay out of it. We turned towards the sound of the voice, and found Renmur, leaning against the door. He raised his eyebrows at us and then turned towards his mother. "Mum, I don't think you quite understand just how serious those implications you had are. I also don't think any of you know just what it means to oppose the flow of time." He was glowering at all of us, daring us to challenge him. He abruptly stood up from the wall and walked over, placing his hands down at the end of the table opposite from his mother. "Let me start off by filling in some gaps my mother seems to have forgotten to mention. For one thing, the time wraiths have some sort of radius around them that kills anyone who comes within it instantly. For that matter, time wraiths are faster and stronger than anyone in this city. They are easily within the upper celestial ranks of power, something that none of you could hope to match in this lifetime, much less the 4 odd years we have left until the Cataclysm class horde that set all this off. I could have prevented the horde, but now we've royally screwed ourselves over, and everything I've just done is irrelevant." "What do you mean?" "Well, considering the fact that my mother just up and revealed half of the secrets of time, there should be a wraith coming to wipe the. Have you never thought that it was strange that we use the same power source as demons? I mean, we're taught constantly to keep our inner demons in check in order to not become one. Don't you realize what that means? By tapping into our own soul realms and strengthening them, we become less human, more demon-like. There's a reason you turn into a demon once you lose control of your soul. The only difference between them and us is a matter of consciousness, so that means..." "Yes, that means that if I felt like it, I could consume any and all of you and take your power for my own. Layla should know, I've already done it to her." Yuji looked at him with shock. "How many people have you?" A menacing aura filled the room. "How many pieces of bread have you eaten in your life?" He turned to me and smiled coldly. "So you mean, when you were extracting that moon essence, you were feeding it to yourself?" "Not entirely. In your case, you were drawing in an incompatible element, which, when it fused with your soul realm, created what was essentially a cloud of poisonous soul essence. It was unviable material, and the amount of energy I could get from it was negligible. So instead I simply severed the connection between it and your soul realm. I converted all that I could to the right element in order to strengthen you, but I wasn't really able to convert all that much. I'd been planning on using the page I was going to find during the expedition to the catacombs to freeze time for long enough to not have to deal with doing the extended treatments for you, but that plan seems to be going out the goddamn window. Why do you need to deal with the treatments? Am I that much of a bother to you? Yes. The entire room shook, and several of the glasses on the table exploded. It is that much of a bother to me. As much as I try not to, I care about you people. Yi-Jin, Leo, I know you could give less of a damn about me, you probably still hate me because I exist, but you were my partner, Yi-Jin. For almost 2 years, I went around this city, hunting demons and helping people, and for once in your life you weren't a gigantic asshole to me, Kato. You died protecting Jade and your baby, my goddaughter, and I couldn't do anything to help you. I tried to help Jade with raising her, but I wasn't enough, and now I thought I had the ability to stop all of that pain, all of that suffering, and some fucking how, I've managed to get in my own way. But Renmur, what matters now is that you are here to save us. You shouldn't have to not care about us, we care about you, and that should be enough. He raised his voice. It was never about whether or not I had to not care, it's always been about whether or not I deserve it, and I don't. I'm a monster. I can't risk being around all of you. Even today I almost killed all of you because I couldn't control myself. My continual existence is a danger to those around me. Within 2 days of getting the opportunity to save all of you, I get kidnapped, I lose control, and I destroy an entire section of the outer city. So, do you think I really deserve to be around any of you? Renmur stood quietly, gauging the reaction of everyone at the table. No one had anything to say in reply. Even his mother, who sat in shocked silence, staring at him. We couldn't deny him, even if it had been beyond his control. He had killed hundreds, if not thousands of his own people in the future, and today, he had proved himself unable to completely control his powers. That's what I thought. Now, whether I like it or not, I have to somehow fix this problem before all of us get erased from the timeline. A voice popped up from across the table. Sitting in the once empty chair was Yuki, and this time it was the one we all knew. Chapter 3 Part 2, Renmur. So you finally decided to reveal yourself. I was wondering why you'd been hiding. Yukihime looked momentarily surprised that she had been noticed. She raised an eyebrow at me, which I knew from experience meant she wanted an explanation. Yuki, we were married for at least a year and a half, and that's not even counting the rest of the time I've spent with you. Of course I can detect your presence. It's almost as easy as breathing. She lowered her eyebrows and shook her head. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to the idea that you managed to marry me in the future. Don't forget the part where I killed you. I smiled bitterly and watched as her expression hardened. Regardless, it was you who was stalking me, so don't act so high and mighty, miss. I'm going to wait around until almost 3 in the morning to see if Renmur comes home. She blushed and turned her head away. That wasn't, Yuki, again, I know a lot more about you than you'll ever quite get a grip on, so, for once in your life, don't start with me. I turned away and went back to the seat at the end of the table. As I sat down, I fixed my mother with a hard glare. So, how were you able to tell it was the future version of me? I know it wasn't because you read my soul, especially since the Mistress of Night was more of an information gatherer. Mum didn't flinch, but I heard a couple soft gasps from around the table. If you must know, Renai, call me that again and I. She sighed deeply and then started over. Renmur, if you want to know, it was because I can see into your eyes. You taught me the trick, but again, you won't remember it. So you're saying I taught you how to see someone's soul through their eyes? Like that old proverb? No, I'm saying that the old you taught me how to spot the hollow look that you have. TCH. Figures. I rolled my eyes and cursed myself, or rather, that version of myself. Anyway, back to the fact that we're all probably going to die because of the time wraith. Any plans? Leo broke in at this point. Everyone shifted their focus to him, and then me. Obviously they were expecting something. Well, considering the fact that a page of the Historia is underneath the city currently, our best plan would be to grab that page. If we do, I should be able to either take enough residual time off of it to. If I remember correctly, that page had at least enough leftover time remnants to last 6 months, but if I'm able to stretch that, then maybe I can. Leo, your dad's part of the city planning sect, right? Yeah, why? Do you know how large the city is? I don't know, couple tens of thousands. I need an exact, or as close to exact measurement as you can get. I'll head over to my family's house then. Kato, Jade, I need you to pull any strings you can with your families to get everyone who's currently outside the walls inside. Yuji, you know the slums, so go down there and gather as many people as possible and get them to the center of the city. If any city guards question you, just say, release code 313. That should get them off your back, and convince them to help. Yijin, go with Leo as well, just in case something goes wrong. I turned back to the head of the table and found my mother staring at me with a small glimmer of pride. Mum, use any leftover contacts or favors you have to make sure everything goes smoothly. I'm going to go beneath the city. What about me and Yuki? Lala looked at me expectantly, and I noticed the expression was mirrored on Yuki's face. Both of you are staying here with Mum. She's going to need help running messages. No, I don't think I will. Don't forget Renmur, you warned me about the future a long time ago. Do you think I would have sat idly by and waited? The Iron Wolves are much more powerful than you would think. She toyed with her hair momentarily, and I felt a chill run up my spine. I don't think anyone else was able to notice it, but I could tell that my mother was considerably more powerful than she was letting on, and for that matter, I had the distinct feeling that her title Mistress of Night had grown much more notorious. Yuki, Layla, why don't you go with Renmur to retrieve the page from the Historia? I'm sure 3 is better than 1. A devious smile was playing on her lips, but I chose to ignore it. Whatever. I guess I could use a couple extra hands when I open up the tombs. Both girls groaned softly. What did you expect? We're going through a literal maze of bones just so we can get to a place called the City of the Dead. I rolled my eyes and sighed to myself. This is going to suck. It was almost 3 hours after we split up at my house in order to enact my plan when Yuki and Layla made their first mistake. Honestly, I was surprised it had taken them that long. Hey Yuki. Check out this weird totem. Weird totem. Oh, fuck. Yuki had run up to the totem and looked into the face of the bottommost carving, which had been the activation key for the trap. I heard a soft click and ran over to where I had heard the two of them and quickly transformed into the abyssal bear. I concentrated on creating a, is that a bear? I looked down at the two of them, now huddled behind a black wall that I'd created using the bear's elemental powers in order to shield them from arrows that shot out of the totem pole, and scowled. Are you serious right now? The two of you almost just died, and the first thing you have to say is a pun. Yuki, who was looking rather smug at the moment, looked back at me coolly and smiled. I knew you would save us. Layla, meanwhile, was trying her best not to laugh at Yuki's pun, hiding her face behind her hands. I felt a vein pop on my forehead and tried to think of any reason as to why I'd actually brought them along other than to keep an eye on them. Unfortunately, none came to mind. I can't believe I ever managed to marry you. In any case, from here on out, don't touch anything, don't look at anything without letting me know you're doing it, and if you somehow manage to fuck up the first two, try not to die. I turned away, but stopped myself. I knew from experience that there would be a snarky reply, so I decided to cut it off before it came. Before either of you say it, yes, you are allowed to touch the ground and keep your eyes open. However, if you don't want to blow us all to pieces or have us eaten by the demons here, walk behind me, step where I step, and keep your eyes on my back. The two of them nodded slowly, clearly a little miffed that I had shut them down so fast. Glad to see you understand. Let's get a move on. I turned away from them and got back on the path to the central tomb. Luckily, we managed to get to it without much incident. Thanks to my previous experience in the city, I knew where to step, what doors to open, and which traps could be deactivated beforehand. Finally, we arrived at the doors of the royal tomb. Layla was the first to speak. Renmur, why is the door glowing? What do you mean it's glowing? It's just a stone door. No, it's glowing with this weird gold color. I frowned and found myself wondering if she was pulling my leg or if she was actually telling the truth. You know, it sort of looks like the color of your soul realm, Renmur. Like, it has the same sort of aura to it, same color as my soul realm? But it's... I closed my eyes and checked my soul realm for myself. As usual, it was the same blood red color it was the last time I checked it. Layla, my soul realm is red, not golden. When did you even learn how to look at it? Huh? Yuji told me about how to do it, so I started practicing while we were waiting for you to wake up earlier, but I couldn't really do it until the end. It looked like you had some sort of storm covering it. You managed to get past my soul barrier? No, it got cleared away by a demon's face. I felt my expression stiffen and I reached over to grab her by the shoulders. I stared deep into her eyes, trying to see if she was lying. Any hint of uncertainty? What did the demon's face look like? Tell me everything you saw. I mean, I didn't really see much of it, but it looked like the one that was in the mirror. Your mum shook me out of it before I really got a close look at it. I groaned and realized what was happening. I looked away from Layla and tried to think of how the two could be connected. Why would the time demon radiate the same color as this door? It should just be reflecting the color of my soul. It doesn't make any sense, unless... Yuki, try opening the door for me. What? Why? Just do it. Fine. Yuki Himei put her hand on the door and started pushing. The door stood still, not even groaning under the pressure she was exerting. You can stop now. Layla, you try it now. Okay. Layla pushed on the door in the same place as Yuki Himei had, and this time the door creaked slightly. I could tell she was straining to open the door, but it stopped moving after only going in about an inch. She took her hand off and the door immediately reverted back to the closed position with a soft click. Interesting. If what I'm thinking is correct, it would also explain what happened the last time I was here. So if my theory is correct, I put my hand on the door and immediately felt myself absorbing the energy that had been placed in the door, unlike the usual absorption I felt when I was cultivating and strengthening myself. I could tell it was flowing into a specific place. My hand slowly dissolved into static as the time demon absorbed whatever energy there was in the door, and as more and more power flowed to it, more of my body began to dissolve. I had to concentrate in order to keep control over the time demon as I was doing it. Evidently I didn't notice it the last time I was here, but there was quite a bit of power sealed in the door, although that might have just been because at that point I was already well past the low point of demigod rank. Now though, this should be sufficient to raise me to at least red gold 2, maybe even red gold 3, but more importantly, why? I looked back at the 2 girls I'd brought along with me, and realized that the 2 of them were looking at me in horror. What? As soon as I spoke I realized why they were scared. The distortion in my voice was the telltale sign that I had fully transformed. I looked back down at my body, looking at my hands and the smoke and static that now replaced my flesh and blood. As I watched I could feel parts of my body shear and tear itself. Sometimes I can't believe my own stupidity. Of course they're looking at me like that. I'm a monster. I forced the door open with a resounding crack and breathed in deeply, trying to rein in my powers. Slowly the transformation reversed and I was back in my normal body. I could tell that the 2 girls had realized that I had caught them staring in abject horror. Both of them were standing in an uncomfortable silence, trying not to avoid my gaze, and failing miserably at it. I felt like I had been run over by an entire horde of demon beasts. I buried the pain and anger and called back to the 2 of them in order to snap them out of it. Come on you 2, the stuff in here should be useful to us, and, on a hunch, I added something else. Layla, if you see anything with the same golden glow around it, tell me. Loot all of the graves around. I'm going for the first Emperor's tomb. Oh okay, thanks. I rolled my shoulders and prepared myself for the grueling journey I was about to undertake to get to the first Emperor's tomb. This part of the tomb was full of more traps than even I knew about, all of which, impossible to detect or disable. Even if I could clearly remember where all of them were, there was no doubt in my mind that there would be more of those traps which even I wouldn't know about. Well, there's always the nuclear option, but considering their reactions from earlier, that's not really a great idea. Before I forget though, if and or when either of you find a sword with a half-moon crescent tip, do not touch it. There's a demon sealed in it. Touch it and you might end up turning into one. Yuki Himei replied back, what are you going to do to stop us? Kill us? I winced and the feeling of being trampled returned. Layla, on the other hand, was looking at her in shock. What, too soon? I suppressed the urge to react to it, but I appreciated her bad attempt at lightening the mood. Alright, I'm heading off then. Chapter 3 Part 3. Layla. After Renmur left, Yuki Himei and I began our pillaging of the tombs of the emperors. Hey, Yuki, can we talk for a bit? Yeah, sure, what about? Well, when we first found out about what happened with Renmur, or I guess, the older Renmur, you didn't seem particularly surprised. I mean, you didn't even show that you were in the room until after his mother's story was finished. I mean, you haven't even really reacted to it. I heard Yuki Himei stop searching momentarily. Honestly, I've known for a while about what he did. A couple of years in fact. When did you learn about it? I realized Yuki Himei was standing next to me, and she gestured to one of the unopened coffins before sitting down. It started when I was 10. I kept having nightmares about being swallowed up by something. I always tried to run away, but no matter what I did in those dreams, I always ended up being consumed by the darkness, and each and every time, Renmur would be waiting in the darkness. Eventually I snapped and came to the Iron Wolves, thinking that they would know what was happening to me. What I didn't expect to happen was that the moment I actually managed to get close to Renmur, I'd black out and get to view my own death. I woke up screaming, in his mother's room. I freaked out, of course, but after a while, when I finally calmed down, I heard her story. Obviously that sent me into another spiral, but eventually I managed to, well, not accept, but at least come to terms with it. After that, I ended up trying to figure out what to do with my life. So you've known he? Yeah, I knew about my own death for a while now, which is why I decided to devote all of my time to preventing that, but while I kept coming to his mother to get stronger, I just kept seeing him, seeing my own killer. Can you imagine how crazy that was? seeing the man who killed me almost every day. Frankly, I was terrified of Ren, but I don't know, maybe because of all the things I heard about what happened before everything fell apart for him, I couldn't help but find myself looking after him, always wanting to know more, to know how I could help prevent my fate, and I saw how, no matter what happened to him, he always showed his kindness and love for others. But now, the Renmur currently in control isn't really the same person. I think he's demonstrated that clearly several times, but underneath it all, I think there's still some good in him. I wonder about that. Well, think about it. Despite everything, despite our obvious terror at what and who he is, he's still trying to save this city. I don't know what he's planning, but I know that he's doing everything he can. Yuki Himei stood up and held her hand out to me. She smiled softly and I took her hand to pull myself up, but, before that, I'm not going to just stand by and let him fall for you. What? Come on Layla, it's pretty obvious that you like Renmur. Was I making it look like I was trying to be subtle? I smiled sweetly, but I could see in the reflection of Yuki Hime's eyes that it didn't reach my own eyes. I leaned in and whispered to her softly, he's already slept with me, can you say the same? So have I. Oh but sweetie, that's only the future you, and an entire city had to fall for it to happen. I stepped away and smiled again. Suddenly we both burst out laughing. You almost got me there Layla. Really? I wasn't sure if I could sell it. I mean, the part about you sleeping with him kinda ruined it. I mean that was obviously not true. Well, about that, you didn't. Yuki Himei pulled herself away and did good once over on my body, looking for something, before looking back into my eyes with a shocked face. Did you really sleep with him? I mean. Yuki Himei suddenly looked at the opening on my clothes near my chest. Is that a hickey? Question mark what? Question mark. I looked down where she was and spotted a blue mark. Oh thank God, Yuki, that isn't a hickey. That's something I got from absorbing spiritual essence that I shouldn't have. Renmur helped me by drawing it out. What do you mean drawing it out? He touched all the bruises I have. See, there are a couple here and here. I pointed to the spots on my body near my hips and on my ankles. So he had to touch the one on your chest too? My cheeks suddenly felt very warm, as well as my hips. For some reason, I mean, yes. But he closed his eyes when he was doing it and I guided his hand so he didn't really touch anything. I felt myself rushing the statement out, while Yuki Himei looked at me more and more suspiciously. Well, all of that aside, that still doesn't explain the bit about you sleeping with him. Ah, that, shit. What I meant BV sleeping with him was that one night we were training really late and so he fell asleep and I did too, but we were on the same mat so I guess technically we did sleep together but not the way you were thinking. I noticed at the end of that mess of a justification that Yuki Hime was, of course, grinning like a madman at my embarrassment. You don't have to justify it to me like that, you know. I think that this will be a case of best woman wins, but first, I think we need to set up some ground rules of engagement between us. Rules of engagement. Yes. The rules of wooing Renmur. You're joking, right? I couldn't help but giggle slightly at her corny act, especially since while she had been explaining she had struck a corny pose, one finger pointed in the air and the other hand on her hip. If you really want to do it like this, then it's fine with me. So what's the first rule? Good. Then the first rule is that we won't get in the other's way, no matter what. Sounds good. The second rule is we will respect Renmur's decision, no matter what. Okay, and finally, our last rule is, suddenly I heard a small cough from behind me. I turned towards the noise and found Renmur standing there, looking a bit sheepish. Yuki Himei and I both started to try and cover for ourselves before we realized something was wrong. We didn't mean you didn't hear anything, right? We looked at each other again and then looked back at Renmur. The man standing before us now was missing the cold, hard look in his eyes that Renmur had from the days before. Even his posture was different, where the older version of Renmur had a way of carrying himself that projected strength and confidence. The Renmur standing before us had adopted the stance that belonged to the one from our time. He looked at us quietly and then scratched the back of his awkwardly. I'm guessing I need to explain a couple things.